Hey folks, I'm glad you're here. Once in a while, I'm going to show my face in the video and give you some build tips. The first build tip is to just go ahead and tape the pattern down and punch right through it. I mean, these are paper patterns. They're not precious. You know, if you punch a hole in it and you tear in it, just put some tape on it, and to repair it, just some clear tape, and don't sweat it. If you need another pattern, we got it. So just it makes it easier, goes much faster. Just go ahead and punch right through the pattern. Hey folks, I'm glad you're back. Now we are going to start tracing and cutting our pieces. So I've just separated out one half of the material parts because we've already made one half of the shoe here, and now we're going to do the other half. So first things first. Now this is the right side of the shoe, so we have to make sure, and I like to keep the shoe here and the outsole of the left here, so I can remember exactly what we're trying to do here. Now, when it comes to the lasting board, you know, left and right doesn't matter. Yes, one side has writing on it, but it doesn't matter sort of which side you trace on, because the left and the right, it's the same, right? You just flip it over, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and trace. Now, there's a couple ways to do this. You can trace all these pieces and then come back and punch the holes. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little tape here, and I know I didn't put this on the to-do list of materials for you, but if you take a little tape, and I'm using just this blue tape, and I'm going to tape this down, and that way I know that it's not going to get loose, right? And that way it's easier for me to trace and actually go about punching all these holes, right? So we'll go ahead and trace this, and I'm just using a regular old ink pen to trace this. Get everything around here, and I'm gonna really do a little special marking here on these holes, because these are pretty important that we keep that in mind, because when we go to build this thing, you want to make sure you catch that. The other thing is I want to mark on this heel. So you'll see there's two dots here. This is the center of your heel line. We're gonna mark that here, because we really want to keep this center line. We really want to know the center line, so that when you go to assemble the upper on, that you get it in the middle of the lasting board. That's pretty dang important. Okay, so we're gonna mark that. We're gonna mark these holes. Yeah, even though I know we're gonna punch on top of it, but we really want to make sure that we have a marking on those holes. Okay. So, you know, how do you go about cutting this? You know, this is your choice. You know, whether you use a blade or a pair of scissors. In this case, I'll start with an X-Acto knife, and here's the trick when you're using a blade like this, is you really only have one cut, and that's essentially towards you. Don't try to cut across. You really want to cut towards you, and that way you can keep your hand out of the way, and you can just put the knife right on the line and just start cutting. Now, it's easier to move the piece and keep drawing nice and consistently. This uses you're not using your fingers here. You're using the major muscles of your arm to pull, right? And that's what we're using to make the cut. Now, I didn't push hard enough, so we're gonna have to come back and push and make sure you get all the way through. Try to make a nice clean cut. And I like to start on the lasting board here. And this is because of it's kind of forgiving, and you can just sort of practice it, right? So there we've got that, and we'll just cut the extra off there. And just keep drawing it to you. Just like that. I'm using nice firm pressure because I want to get through this thing all in one go. And just try to make it nice and smooth. Keep the blade moving, right? Now, if you want to come back in and use a pair of scissors here to do the heel, that's not a bad idea either. Try not to use your leather scissors, but if you've only got one pair of scissors, then just use what you got, right? All right. That's pretty good. Now we're just going to check. Okay, so here we go. And we're inside. Now, if you've cut and you're longer, recheck. You know, it's going to be a little, there's going to be a little space around. That's okay because your upper is going to be a little wider than that, right? So that's that. Now, we're going to put this here with our holes marked on it, right? And I'm going to take a little piece of this blue tape and just, again, use this to secure the tip like that. And I'm just going to set that aside because we're going to punch holes in a minute, but I just want to get on with tracing the other pieces. So scrap pieces, you know, if it's a big scrap, you know, always hold on to it. There could be some purpose for it. Little scraps like this, just, you know, get them into the bin. You know, it can be really, you know, with all this stuff, sometimes it can be a little challenging to keep your work surface clean. Yeah, it's not always easy, but hey, do your best. You know, it just keeps, if you keep that clean mindset, then your shoe, you'll have a better chance for it. Now that I've taped this down, actually, I'm gonna peel this up again because I forgot. We've got to do the footbed. Now, on the lasting board, it didn't matter which side is which because this piece, yes, this has printing on it, but it doesn't care, top or bottom. Now this cares, right? Because this is the surface that you're standing on. So you want to make sure that you're cutting it to fit the side of the shoe you're working on. So in this case, the left, right? So here we are, we're on the left. You know, you'll see on this, because we're cutting a smaller size out of it, we've got all this extra room. You know, what you can do here is I'm going to go ahead and trace this. Right? And, you know, if you have an invisible ink, that's okay too. You know, that's a good one too. But I'm going to trace a little line out here, right? And why are you doing that, Wade? Well, I'm doing that because I want to test something, because you might say, hey, what should I be cutting this material with? Should I be using a razor blade or should I be using a pair of scissors? So if you just make yourself a little line outside there, then you can decide, okay, how do I want to cut this, right? You know, that razor blade cut looks pretty good. I managed to get it pretty smooth. So you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and use a razor blade cut. Now, when you're doing this at home, you might actually center this a little bit more. And the reason I say that is because if you're making your first few cuts and you cut inside the line, then you can just move the piece over and try again. But in this case, you know, I like the cut that the razor blade gave me. It's the nice sharp. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this again with the razor blade, right? And just follow that same technique. I mean, this material gives, so you can give yourself a little traction to keep the blade moving smooth, right? And do your best to get all the way through in one pass. And whenever you're cutting a piece of fabric like this, a little bit of tension, you're holding it down, it's going to give you the best. It's going to give you the best cut. And when it starts to get thin like that, then you know, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do that with a pair of scissors. That's going to be a lot easier to do with a pair of scissors. So, okay, and then here's the other thing too. This part here, this is hidden inside the shoe. You're not going to see that. So if it's not perfect, and actually once you get the shoes made, you're gonna you're going to come back and you're going to do a little test fitting with this foam, because once you get the shoe made, you might say, hey, I go to put this in and it's a little tight. I guarantee you it will be. I see a little bit of blue, which means I didn't cut inside the line. So I know that probably when we get to the end, we're going to have to take a little bit more off. But I'd rather leave, in this case, at this point, I'd rather leave a little bit to make sure that I have enough when I get to the end, because otherwise your footbed will be too short, and that's not that much fun. Okay, so now did we cut the right direction? Yes, we did. So we've got the left shoe and the fabric is up. Perfect. Okay, let's set that aside now. Okay, now let's go ahead and work on our leather pieces. So again, because this is a relatively small size, you're going to see we've got some extra material here. That's just fine, because I think I could think of a lot of things to do with that. If you want to make a back tab or a keychain or a tongue logo, whatever, you have lots of options there. Now we're making a low cut shoe, so we're going to follow this low cut line. Now I'm going to use my my disappearing ink pen. You don't have to. A regular pen is just fine. A regular pen will work just fine. You just, when you go to trim, just be careful to trim away the line, because that's how these pattern parts work. Is you can see we're tracing outside, so you want to cut outside, because if you start cutting on the line or outside the line, your pattern parts are going to be kind of big, and your shoe won't quite fit. Now in this case, this is a pretty simple pattern. Your chances of getting it wrong are pretty slim. Okay, so these little 4 holes here, this is for the little cross stitch or the box stitch there, so we're going to go ahead and mark those. And then the end hole sound. Now these other punch holes here, these are holes that now we're going to have to punch. You can either punch them now or you can punch them later. I think in this case, well, sure, let's go ahead and, before we even cut this out, I'm going to tape this down, and let's punch some holes. So now if we're punching, I'm going to grab our little punching board here, and because this is curved, you can't really use your 4 punch. You're going to want to use your double or your single. Okay, we have a bill tip here. When you're working on the tongue, you know what I've decided, I like to not punch the 4 holes on either side of the tongue that allow you to connect the tongue later to the quarters. Go ahead, punch the holes on the quarters, but the holes that are on the tongue, leave those, and then once you get the shoe assembled, put a needle through the quarter holes to mark those 4 holes. That way everything will line up real easy. Because sometimes when you install the tongue, the stitch holes might not line up right. So it's better just to wait till the end. And the other thing here, when you're looking at the tongue, note that the tongue actually is not symmetrical. This is pretty important. That the face up pattern of the tongue with the writing on it, that's actually the left side. So go ahead and, to create the left side, use the tongue pattern face up, turn it over, or turn your workpiece over to make the right side of the tongue. Oh, that's it. Sure, but it's really a good idea to get these holes and make sure they get through. So, okay, so you're going to use this pattern part twice. So you can see we've already got some holes punched because we made this shoe yesterday, and now we're going to come down and we're going to punch in those same holes again. No big deal. Okay, now listen, this part, it's pretty important that you keep this part pinned down and that you get your holes, you keep consistently punching your holes, you know, right in the middle. Because when you go to sew this, it's going to end up being a little bit jagged. Now this part, this is a good one to practice on because these holes are actually going to be underneath, right? If you look the way that this vamp piece overlaps, these holes are going to be under. You know, it's this row of holes here on this piece that you have to be really careful about getting exactly to the edge, because this is going to be the seam that you see, right? This is the most important one, that's the most visible. So that's the one you want to really be careful with. But we'll get to that. Okay. So this is a good one to practice on, and knowing that it's not going to be visible. And I'm using the double pin here. And this one, I really want to make sure, and we're going to flip this piece over, I really want to make sure that all these holes are going through. And you might even, if you see one that maybe doesn't look like it's all the way through, just give it a little poke, because this really, when you go to sew this, you know, this is going to be the seam line you want to be the neatest and cleanest, because it's visible outside of the shoe, right? So take a little time and make sure that these holes are all nice and clean, right? Because this is going to be the one that really, you know, when you're working on a shoe, you know, when your pant legs down, this is what people see, right? And that's the part that you're looking down on, right? When you're wearing this shoe, you don't see the back tab. But when you're looking at the shoe, what do you see? You see this line, you see this line. So these are that's the front of the stage. So you want to make sure that that those parts look the best. So, you know, take a little time and clean up these holes, and make sure that they're nice and clean. And again, this part is going to be underneath it's going to be underneath, but if you make these holes nice and clean and straight, then it's going to make that toe seam look nice and clean. Okay, so now that we've got the holes punched, we can remove this. And the next thing is, and I always forget to do this, is to go ahead and make your slits for your tongue keeper here. Right? Usually it's like, oh, they're just the lines there, and you sometimes forget, and so it's good to go ahead and cut those to make sure that they're all the way through. Okay, now let's go ahead and we're gonna cut this piece out. I'm going to start with my razor blade on the side here, right? And we're gonna make a nice cut, and actually I'm gonna cut straight off, right? I'm not gonna try to turn that corner, and that basically just makes sure that you get that cut as clean as you can make it, because this is, again, this is a seam that you're gonna see, right? So we're gonna just go nice and clean off there. Right now, this is the trick here, because this line, and actually you can use the same, it's the same curve. I'm just going to trace it again to make sure I have a nice solid line. And this one you want to be nice and careful with, because this is the center of your tongue, and this is a line that you're going to see. So you know, make sure that you get it clean. Now, here's when you're cutting with scissors. You want, actually, here I'm going to do this. I'm gonna cut away this big chunk of material out here, and I'll explain why in a second. Okay, so we sort of made that ragged edge there. Now, the reason I cut that off is because when I'm cutting, I don't want this big piece flapping and sagging when I'm trying to cut this nice clean line, because I'm gonna basically try to cut this all in one go. I don't want to go. I want to go and just cut. You know, I think I could probably cut it in 2 swipes, because you want to be able to do this nice and smooth, right? And just keep the scissors moving, keep it moving. Okay, I'm about halfway. Now I'm going to take another bite. Keep the scissors moving, keep the work moving. Okay, and try to make it nice, as clean as possible. Now, these seams down here, yeah, of course you want them to be as clean as possible. But notice, this one, you're not going to see this seam, right? So yeah, practice making it beautiful and nice and smooth. And that's why I like to practice on this one, because this one, you don't see it just yet. So, but you want to try the same longer strokes, cutting it nice and smooth, because the next time you go to, you know, so that's scrap piece there. When you go to cut this line, this is, you know, this is a really important line, because that's this piece. So whether you cut it with a scissors or a razor blade, you want to be really careful. Now the same goes with these lines, right? This is the one that you're gonna see. And on this shoe, we're not rolling over or adding deco stitch or anything else. So the cut is what's gonna make the shoe look nice. So that's the trick. No, don't be intimidated. This is your first go at it. And you know, I've, you know, made probably millions of shoes in a factory, but not so many on my workbench. So, you know, I'm doing this with you, right? Okay, so now, like, what am I doing with that scrap piece? Get that scrap piece away. Get all your cut pieces aside. So we got them cut. Now we're going to set them over there. That piece is done. We got holes punched. It's all cut. Now let's clear out these scrap pieces, and we're going to start working on. Okay, we don't need that for now. We're going to start working on our side panels. Now, this is pretty important, because we've already made the right hand shoe, right? Now we're going to make the left. So if we're going to look at these pieces, now these pieces, they are nearly symmetrical, but they're not 100% symmetrical. And that's because the shoe last, right, is not 100% symmetrical. So the piece from the medial side, the inside, to the lateral side, the outside, is slightly different. So that's why these pattern pieces are different. Now, some shoes are symmetrical, but we followed the last, and we wanted to make it asymmetrical to give you a chance to sort of understand and see how this stuff really happens. Okay, so now I know we're going to need to make the left side of the shoe. And if you look at the writing here, it says inside of the right shoe. So that actually was the piece that was there. And this one says outside of the right shoe. Okay, now we are going to flip this to make the outside of the left shoe. So here's our left now, right here. And we want to use this. So we're actually going to have to flip it like this, right? And that's what makes this. Now, there's a couple ways to do this. You see that we don't have the pattern markings. We have the punched holes from when we made the shoe before. But the other thing we can do is just flip this over so that we're now using, this is the back side of the material, and we're going to mark it on the back side using the front side. I hope that's clear, right? So now when we go to stand this up, we know this is going to be the outside of the left shoe, which is, this is the surface, and that's where that sits, as the outside. Okay, I hope that's clear. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna mark this. Now, I just about marked the wrong side. Now I'm gonna, remember, we're making the low cut shoe, so let's mark the low cut side here. And I want to just double check that my pen is marking on this leather. It's not, so I'm gonna go get my my blue invisible ink pen. I'll be right back. Just over here. Okay. So, okay, hey, you're like, wait, really? Invisible ink pen? Yeah, here, let me show you this. So I'm gonna just make that line. You see it? And I'm gonna pull my heat gun down here. I think it's plugged in. And knock everything over here. All right. Look at that, disappeared. Isn't that fancy? Okay. So that's how that works. Okay. Let's get that back in place. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and, hey, part of this is the inside of the shoe. So do we really care? Okay. So now let's mark the line here. And we're going to go ahead and mark the eyelet holes here. And then these 4 holes here, these correspond to the cross stitch holes. So we're going to go ahead and mark those. And we're going to mark these other, these are the holes that correspond to connect that. So we're going to mark those too. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and tape this down, and we'll come back and punch that in a minute. But I just want to get that down here, and then now we're gonna do the other side. Okay, so this is the same exercise, right? So we know we just did the outside of the left shoe. Now this is the medial side, right? And we're gonna do the same thing, right? So in order to make sure that this is the medial side, we would do it like this, right? But we don't have to. We're gonna flip it over and also flip this over. I hope that's not too confusing for you folks. And then we're gonna put this down. Now, remember how I said, you know, we're gonna strobel stitch this down, right? And what is strobel stitch? I'll remind you. Strobel stitch is what you see when you open up any basic athletic shoe. You see that little stitch line that goes along the perimeter on the inside. We're gonna do that operation, right? Just like a pair of Air Jordans is made, right? We're gonna do that operation. Okay, so now before I start marking and cutting, I'm gonna go one last time, right? Okay, the flip for inside of the left shoe. So here's my left shoe, here's my inside. Okay, that's the surface that I want for the outside of the leather. That's the inside. I know I've got the right piece. Now I'm gonna go ahead and trace it. Hold on one second. Let me trace that. And then I'm going to tape it down. Okay, so we've got the perimeter of this one traced. Now I'm going to use my my invisible ink pen here. I'm going to mark these punch holes here. And we'll come back and punch them all in a second, but let's just get them marked. Make sure we got this. Make sure we got the perimeter marked. Okay, now I'm gonna just put some tape on here to keep this secure. We'll come back and do our punching operations in 1 second. Now the only part that we have left, we got the side panels, we've got the tongue. Actually, I should have erased the markings when I had the heat gun out there. No big deal. Okay, so those are ready. That's done. The Strobel's done. The last part we have is our little toe cap here. Again, this piece doesn't matter, right? It's symmetrical. So I'm gonna go ahead and trace it on the back. Let me make sure that we're doing this correctly here. So C to C, right? Which gives you this, right? So we flip this, we're there. Because that's already the backside, right? Okay, trust me, we're there. Now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna mark this. Now, this line I just marked, that is one of the most important lines of the entire shoe. And guess what? You know, we have some other scraps of material here. If you lay these out correctly, right? If you look at this piece here, you see there's all this extra material here. If we mess this up, we can probably go out here and try again, right? So that's a good way to plan, you know, for this piece, because, and this is, again, you know, don't stress out about it. You know, don't stress out. But this line, just so you know, I mean, okay, like this bottom line, you don't care, right? It's actually going to be under the level of the outsole, right? It's the bottom of this piece. But this top line here, and getting these stitches marked close to that line is pretty important. Okay, so hey, that's all the parts traced. We'll come back and we're gonna punch some holes. I mean, and this is a great time to take a break, because you know, to punch all these holes, you know, it could be an hour or 45 minutes. If you were doing both pairs at once, definitely it's gonna be an hour of punching. But hey, that's, you know, we're making shoes here. It's not difficult, but if you go slow, then you're gonna make your shoe really nice. So if I could find the cap to that pan, that'd be nice, but not important. Hey folks, we'll be back in a few minutes and we'll start punching some holes. So we had laid out the parts here, and now we're gonna do some more cutting and punching. And I think for these parts, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and do the punching here, and then we'll come back and cut them out. So we're gonna make sure that we're all in line here, and then we will start punching. So for these, you can see these aren't actually 4mm spacing. These are a little closer, so we'll use the single punch. We'll use the single punch for these. All right, so let's go ahead and get these punched. So we'll start punching. Just checking that we're getting through every one. Okay, we are. Okay. Try to get a rhythm going, and we'll try to get through this. And because again, you could spend a lot of time punching holes, but that's you know, that's the key here. And if you're not getting all the way through, then check your backing, because it's important that we get these holes all the way through, because that's gonna make the tail end of this project a lot easier. Okay, and just keep the other ones handy, so when you get to the end, you can go. And remember, when you're switching from 4 to 1, you're gonna need a lot less pressure to get through. Now, because this is a little bit curved, I'm gonna switch to the double. Now let's just get back over here. And I think we did punch those holes. Yep, we did. Okay, now we're gonna punch these. And we can punch these with the double. Okay, now are we gonna punch these holes? No, we're not gonna punch these. We are gonna leave those later. We'll come back with a big punch for that, okay? All right, so I think we're just gonna take a quick look here and see. It looks like we got all through those. Okay, we'll come back. We're gonna keep punching, and then we'll come back and do our cutting. Okay, since I got the double, we'll just start here. Now, yeah, this is a lot of hole punching. If you had a sewing machine, could you just sew this with a sewing machine without punching these holes? You could, if you have a strong enough sewing machine. You could do that, not a problem. And you know, if you have a machine, you know, cut off a corner, right? You know, just get a scrap piece and make a few test lines to make sure. And always do that, because you know, you have a limited amount of your project material, and you don't want to waste any of it or mess it up. So always make sure you test that. Okay, now we'll just quickly check. We got all those in. We got all those in. Okay, now we're gonna get our 4 up, and we'll do this line here. And I'm gonna get us set here, and we're just gonna power through this line here. Okay. All right, holes punched. Now, oh, yeah, whoops, we've got to make sure that we keep this in line here, because we got to come back and, oh, actually, no, we're done with that. We don't need to tape these down anymore, because next operation is to come back and do our cutting. So there we can see our lines that we're going to cut. And we'll see these lines here that we're going to cut. Okay. Set that aside. Yeah, so even though these pieces have already been punched twice, hey, they're still good. So let's keep those aside and keep those safe, because we're going to make more shoes. I mean, that's the goal here, right? Is to make more shoes. Okay. So these parts are punched. Now let's get over here and let's punch these holes. Now this again is a critical piece, because this is the important line that we're going to see. So let's just tape it down, and then we'll get into it. Now, kind of just look at these and think, okay, can we do these with the double? I think we could do these with the double, and it'll still be it'll be okay. Okay. Now I really want to make sure that these holes are all the way in, and keep that part from moving. Because this is our line that we're going to see. And also, if you're not careful with getting these things on the line, I can see I'm already drifting a little bit. I'm going to just move that line there. Okay, we're still good. Keep that there. This is the back of the hide, so not a big deal. And we're going to keep punching here. I'm switching to a single, that way it's just a little easier to move this without shifting the workpiece. All right. Okay. Now we have some cutting to do. So we're going to set that aside. And in this part in particular, it's pretty important that we cut away all the color, right? That we want to make sure that the space from here to here is consistent, because that's the part you're going to see right here, right? Not too close, because we want to make it strong, but we want to make that as even as possible, so that that we have a nice clean looking piece here. So what we're going to do here actually is I'll remember I showed you, tell you you're going to practice a little bit. So I'm going to take this pen here, and I'm going to mark that line just on the scrap piece, and I'm going to pull this line and just practice that motion. Yeah. Okay. That looked pretty good. We're going to do it. Oh yeah, keep that, because we got to finish that. So here we go. A lot of pressure, and just keep it nice and even. Nice sweep. Got it. Okay. We'll go off the end. Keep that blade nice and sharp. Okay. Let's look at that edge. Okay. Pretty decent. Okay. All right. Now these short corners, these are, now this is underneath, right? The rest of this is not exposed. This is actually underneath, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Same thing with this end here. This is going to be underneath. So just give it a quick nip. And then this whole line, everything, this is underneath too. So you can use the scissors, and you don't have to be nearly as careful. Just get that line away. Okay. Now, this is where it gets to be, okay, so remember, that's, the important lines that we're going to cut. Now we have the same situation here. We're going to come back, and we'll cut that away, get that flappy thing out of there. And let's get this junk set aside. Okay. We are going to need that, because we still do have a few holes to punch. Believe it or not, there's still some more. But, okay, now. This part of the pattern is actually separate, so we want to sort of build that curve, and the easy way to do that is just to take that line from the top piece and just fill that in. So we'll do that. We'll fill that in, and remember, we're going to use the same curve here on this part to make sure that we get this line looking pretty symmetrical, right? We want this to be nice and clean. I'm going to look at the other shoe that we have there. Yep, okay, good. And just fill these in so that we know what we're doing. Now here, this line over here, when we cut this, we're going to leave a little extra space here, right? And over here too. We're going to leave a little extra. And I'll tell you why. Is because once you sew this together, if it's a little uneven, then you can come back and just nick a little nip, right, to even that up, right? So, because, you know, if you were doing a back tab or anything to cover that, I mean, you could easily take a little scrap of leather here that we've just made, right? You know, and you could make yourself a back strap, back pull. I think that's a great idea. You know, that's to you, and that's where you can take these extra pieces and you can really customize and do what you want to do with it. Okay, so now we are on to cutting these parts. Now, again, for these quarters, and actually here's a good time to to, when you look at these, you have to say, you know, this is the medial side, right? Right. Medial side, and this is the lateral side. So we're gonna mark those. I know, because I know which side the finish is on, but let's just keep it straight. Okay. Now, this is back to the what's the important line here, right? This line, you know, it's important to keep it close to the stitches so when we do our strobel it looks even, but as far as the beautiful line that you're going to cut, really it's going to be these top lines here, right? This is the line that really is going to make or break it, right? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just on the outside of the piece here, I'm going to trace this line, okay? And it's outside of my work area. Yeah, I know I'm kind of wasting a piece of scrap here, but I want to, again, I'm going to practice this line, right? This is exactly the line I'm going to cut, and I'm going to see what the best way to do this is. Because I might just go follow it. Yeah, I think I'm going to follow it instead of trying to cut it off, right? Okay. Okay, right here, I'm getting ready to cut the quarters, and remember, this line that you're about to cut, this is front and center on your shoe, so really be careful to make sure these lines are nice and smooth, and definitely practice. Now, here's a sort of a pro tip. When you get to the back heel tab, the very back end of this pattern piece, leave yourself a little bit of space. You know, the pattern, you could follow the line, but I like to actually leave a little extra room, just a few millimeters above when you get to the back of the pattern. And the reason I do that is when I go ahead and I sew the back up, if the pieces aren't exactly even, if you have a little extra material there, you can actually make the top line of your shoe nice and smooth by cutting it. So, but you got to leave a little extra material there to give you that benefit. So that's it. Did I push enough? You know what? I didn't push enough, right? Okay, so really focus and make sure that you push hard. Okay, here we go. And if you go outside, that's okay. We'll come back with the scissors and clean it. At this point, you're better off being outside the line and coming back with the scissors and cleaning it up, okay? If you cut inside the line, then you're gonna lose that piece of material. So this corner here, be careful, because if you start cutting straight, you're into the part. Now this one, you can just, once you get to this point, you can just go straight out and leave yourself a little extra. Oh, okay, we cut through nice. And let's just take a look. Yeah, okay, so there's a little bit there, but I think that's okay. And now this is the key point too. When you're cutting these lines, really make sure you keep your blade straight up and down, because that's what's going to make these edges nice and square on your shoe. Okay, so now I'm going to just put my thumb there to pin that down, and then I'm going to come across here and just come right down the back. Okay. And yeah, don't be tempted to tear it. Just be careful and cut it. Now this bottom line here, same thing. We could cut this with the scissors, but I'm going to just put my thumb to put a little tension on it. And I'm just going to come straight down. Nice. Use your big muscles in your arm to pull it nice and straight. Okay. A little bit at the start here, and just nip that off. Okay. All right, there's a quarter, huh? That wasn't so bad, huh? Okay. Now, this is another little bit of an interesting part where this is the other piece. Now, you know, we could start here, but I think going right-handed and pulling towards me, I really want to have my hand on the workpiece, you know, instead of trying to do this. So I'm going to turn this part around. Instead of cutting front to back, I'm going to cut back to front. So I'm going to leave myself a little bit of space there. And then I'm going to come in, make this curve. Now, I'm going to follow it. I'm not going to cut out. I'm going to stay with it. And I left myself really tight to the edge here, so I really want to stay close. I don't want to have to come back and trim that. Yeah, we got outside. That's okay. This is not a great place to start because it's that nice curve that we're going to see, but okay. That looks all right. Okay. We have a little bit of left here, so we'll cut that. Okay. Yeah, now this one, I didn't really leave myself enough room here, so I'm going to cut it with the scissors. Just be really careful. When you do yours, don't cut it so close to the edge. Leave yourself enough room for the blade. Yeah, I crowded it. I crowded this to a little close to the edge, and here I'm going to have that situation. So let's just come down. Follow the line. If you get outside, it's not a big deal. It's just, again, this is your Strobel side. So this is going to be hidden, but you want to make sure you get this line on, because this is what makes your shoe shorter or taller. Okay. All right, just a little bit left there. I'm going to come back with the scissors and get that. All right, I think, let's clear these scraps out of here. Now there's some nice pieces here. That could be a nice back strap or something. I'm gonna save those. That stuff goes away, but these other pieces, we'll save those. Those are gonna be useful for something. I don't know what. Okay, now, okay, next step here is the eyelets. And I'm gonna quickly, let's see, where did we punch these last time? You know what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put a scrap piece under here, and I'm just gonna test this punch and just see how clean that's gonna go, right? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Okay. For this piece, I'm gonna cut right onto this plastic. I'm not gonna punch onto my cutting mat, because this punch will just put a nice hole in your cutting mat. So if you have another cutting board or a soft piece of wood, this is a great time to use that. And you really, with this punch, you really want to whack it good, because you want to get all the way through. And if you give the thing a little twist, if it doesn't go all the way through, it's okay to give a twist. And it's okay if you see the little leather piece gets stuck inside there. There's a little hole for it to punch out. So eventually they'll start punching out. So if you see leather stuck in there, that's totally okay. Don't worry about it. That's how this thing works. But just keep punching until it goes all the way through. Okay. All right. Okay, so you see all the leather pieces are caught up in there, right? And you can just punch those out. Yeah, you want to be careful not to let those get stuck in there too much, because then it will interfere when they get jammed in there. It will interfere with your punching operation. So that last one didn't want to go very much because there was too much leather plugged up in there. Okay, so we're done with that. So now we've got our quarters, we've got our holes punched for our hardware. Okay, and you'll notice, hey, these pieces aren't the same shape, and they're not supposed to be, because again, the last is different left to right, or lateral to medial. So there's our tongue piece, and there's our toe piece. So what's next? So at this point, go take a break. Actually, you know what? We still have some holes to punch. I totally forgot about that. We didn't do our strobel, so we gotta do these. So let's we're gonna punch that, and get this tape down. I'm just going to tape this whole thing to my mat here, and we'll peel the tape as we go so that we can just get these all lined up here. Okay. Let's punch some holes here. This has a lot of curves in it. If you get to the flatter spots, and you can use the 4, but I think generally, because this is curved, you're going to want to use the double. I mean, this is going to take some more time, but this is where it's at. So we'll start punching. Now I'm punching twice, hammering twice, because I really want these holes to be clean and all the way through. It just, the most time-consuming stitching operations are going to be the strobel operation. So the cleaner these holes are, the easier it's all going to be. So. Okay, let's take a look and just see. Put our pattern aside, and it looks like we've got our holes are all looking pretty clean. Okay, we'll just see. Make sure that they're all through. Yeah, this is good because, you know, there's a lot of holes here, and because we used this with 5mm spacing and 5mm, these holes will all line up, right? And actually, this is critical. This is critical. So we gotta be on our left side here, and this mark that's in the middle of the heel, we want to make sure that that mark gets onto this side, and these marks here, we want to make sure that they get onto this side, because when you come to Strobel, you really want to be careful that your lines match up, because if you're not careful, your back line won't be straight. It'll be a little bit off, right? First one of these I made, the heel line is not straight because I started attaching it and I was off maybe 1 or 2 holes, and it wasn't in the middle, and that means these parts won't be aligned either. So you want to be careful, because that, you know, there's that corner is that line right there, and that's where you're going to connect it, right? Okay, so that's it for the hole punching. Yeah, it takes a while to mark and cut all these pieces, but you know, I know you feel like we're not getting anywhere, but actually we've gone pretty far. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a little break. I recommend you do too. We're going to move. We're going to get the bench vise in here, or I think actually I might even have a good thing might even be an old barbell or something, and that'll be something nice and heavy that you can use to set your rivets. We'll come back. Okay, so we're done with the pattern now. I mean, it's actually, you know, we'll keep it handy because these alignment marks tell you what part to what part, right? A to B, B to B, C to C. So we'll keep that handy, but we'll get it out of the way so we don't damage it. We'll put it over there. Some of these marking tools we're not going to need anymore. We're not going to need a razor blade. We are going to need our rivet setting tools and our rivets. So we'll get the rivet setting tool out here, and we're going to do the antique rivets, and we'll put that knife away, and we're done with our punches for now. Yeah, we're done with our punches all together. All right, and we're done with our pricking irons. We'll put those aside for now. We are going to need this, and we are going to need our sewing needles, so let's keep those handy. Okay, these marking pens can go aside for now. All right, be right back, and we'll do some rivet setting. Okay. I do have a bench vise. I recognize that a lot of people maybe don't. So I started thinking about what is something we can do to use that that can give you something sturdy to counterpunch your rivets. And here it is. This 20-pound dumbbell actually works pretty well if you don't happen to have a bench vise. But basically, you're gonna need something really sturdy. And I recommend that you do a couple of practice hits. So here's there's 2 pieces of the rivet. Right, here's the post part, right? It's got the longer shaft, and then there's the little flat piece. So you're gonna take your work piece, and this is the outer face. You're gonna push the rivet through, right? So now this is face down. You're gonna put the rivet onto the die, right? You see how the post is sticking through there? Put that on your solid surface. Now take this little ring and it's got a curved side and a flat side. I find that having the flat side up works the best. And I just push it down, and you can see all the pieces are fitting in there now. And then I'll take the die, and when you do this, like I said, I recommend you practice it. Do a couple of practice ones to figure out how hard to hit it, because you can hit it too hard and you start to deform. You can start to deform. So let's just give it a couple of gentle hits, and we'll take a look. And what you're looking for is a nice smooth shape. So this one looks just about right. Actually the back came off. Okay, we didn't hit it hard enough. Okay, let's try again. We didn't quite hit it hard enough. Our little taps weren't there. So let's get that back in place, and we will give it a few more taps, because we want to make sure that we get that edge bent over to lock it all in. So let's give it some good hits. Okay. We probably overdid it, because now I can see the rivet face is a little bit distorted, but it's holding in there, but it's not so clean. So like I said, let's practice. Now the other thing is, if you get to a hole like this that you can't fit the rivet head through, right? If you go to push it through and you can't, then that tells me that your hole's it's not been punched clean enough. So let's go ahead and let's get our punch back out, and we're going to do another test. So let's get this hole punched in here. Make sure that we have a nice clean hole. Okay. This rivet should go in there nice and easy. If you're pushing really hard, then your hole's not clean enough. So that one's snapped in. That's pretty nice. Okay. So now I got that there. And now we're going to set this up again. Put that on. Put this in. Okay. And now that little ring is actually, you could put it the other way. You could put it the round side up. But basically, you're going to just push it down to make sure that the tall flange of the rivet, that it's below the edge, that it's sitting down low. Now we'll just give this a couple of taps here. I'm not hitting it very hard, and I just want to get it set. Yeah, okay. That's more like it. Okay. So you just want to be careful, not to hit it too hard, because it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to distort the rivet, so not too hard. But again, you can. We'll do one more practice one. Again, you just pick the color of the rivet that you're not going to use, and don't be afraid to practice. Now, hey, someone asking me, can I? Do I have to use rivets if I don't want to? Do I just want to leave open holes? You can if that's your look. You might, if you're going to do open holes, you might start with your 1 millimeter punch instead of this 5 millimeter. That way you don't have a big, huge open hole for the lace to go through. You might start with a smaller one. Hey, it's kind of whatever you want to do with it, right? So so that one we already banged on. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that set up. Okay. I mean, if you've got an arbor press, that's good too. But hey, we're doing the best we can with just a hammer and the simple die setter. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's it. Now let's go ahead and I've got a fresh baggie of these, so I'm going to put these scrap ones away. And we'll get started with this. So, you know, it might be a good idea to go ahead and you know, get your other tools set up off to the side here, in case you need to do some more cleanup on these holes. But you know, we'll just get these started here. And remember, you're pushing the rivet through from the face. And if they don't go through, then you got to clean up that hole a little bit. All right. You know, maybe it's because is it because I punched them from the other side? Oh, that might be the issue here. If you punch them from the back side, then your hole is going to be a little bit tighter to get them in. So, yeah, that could be an issue here. Okay, so if you're having a little trouble getting your rivets pushed through and they're a little bit tight, then go ahead. You can put them on the table and just push your workpiece down onto the rivet instead of trying to push the rivet through the leather. Switch it around, okay? So now these are in there and they're nice and tight, which is we like that, because when we're hammering these, we don't have to worry about them falling out. So that's a convenient point there. Okay, so we got them all in. All right, let's go ahead and do the others here. I don't know what's up with that one. Okay, that looks like trash. Okay, like I said, don't be afraid to consume the spare parts, right? Yeah, you've got enough rivets for 2 or 3 pairs of shoes here, so go ahead and you know, practice. And the same thing with when you're doing a little punching and cutting, just set yourself aside a few pieces, take those end cuts, and go ahead and practice on it. And we'll do the same when we get to the stitching part, because some of the first seams that we're going to work on are actually really visible on the product. So we want to make sure that those seams, you know, are some of our best work. I mean, yeah, the Strobel stitching seam is totally hidden, you know, and our goal there is just to go fast. But for these other seam lines, you know, the one I like to do last is this one here, because that's the one that you see. So, you know, make sure you're all warmed up and you've got your best technique. Okay, so we've got all these in. All right, we've got our rivet setting anvil, and let's start setting. And we'll just give this one a couple of taps. You know, the other thing to do here, and I didn't do this before, is I'm going to put a little bit of tape on this piece here. And we're just doing that so that we don't scratch. We don't scratch our rivets here, because we want to make sure that these are looking good. Okay, let's go. Just a couple of nice taps. Oh yeah, okay. Uh-huh. I'm going to give that one a couple more whaps. All right, there's our hardware. Okay, folks. So now they're starting to look like a shoe. Now I can see some of these areas here aren't quite perfect. And okay, so we can now that we're, if you've got some extra rivets, you want to put some, air vents in the medial side, yeah, you can do that. Some folks will put a vent or two at the base of the tongue, or just some other detail. I mean, hey, you've got extra rivets and you got the rivet setter. You can have at it. Do what you want. Make it your own. Whether you use rivets or not, right? You don't have to. We'll just clean this up. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll get that out of there. Okay, folks. We're done cutting. We're done punching. We're done. Actually, we're not quite done punching, and I'll tell you why. Is because what we're going to do is we're going to take this scrap piece of leather here, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a line here, okay, and I'm going to do another line over here, and another line here. Well, let's get these lines in parallel to each other, sorry, right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our 4-up punch, and I'm going to punch 2 rows of holes here. Okay. Show you what we're going to do. We're going to make a little practice piece. Okay. Okay. And you don't have to do this, but you may want to, okay? So now I've got 2 rows of stitching here, and now I'm going to take my my blade, and I've marked a line here, and I'm going to just cut right down the middle here, okay? Okay. Not the cleanest cut there. Sorry. We'll just straighten that up a little bit. Okay. We'll get this a little even on the top. Okay. I'm going to cut all this junk off too. Okay. So now what we're going to do here is that we're going to get ourselves a little closer. What I'm making here is a little piece that looks like it's going to look like our back seam. Whoop, watch out for that knife. It looks like our back seam because we're going to do a little sewing practice, right? So we're going to make sure that we have these holes. We're going to make sure that we've got good, clean stitching holes here. Okay. So don't be afraid to just take your stitching awl and open these holes up good, okay? And we are gonna do a little stitching practice in just a few minutes. Be right back. All right, let's do some stitching here. So we're going to look at sort of two different stitching operations. Now, I've got the brown thread that I'm going to use for this, so I'm going to set that aside. And I've got this black thread that we're gonna mess around with. And let's see here. Here's the end of the line here. Okay, so we're gonna get ourselves some thread, and we're gonna do two different stitch lines here. And oops, sorry about that, folks. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is put the other needle already. Huh. You'll notice that we're going to do some stitching operations that require two different needles, and in the kit actually there are, oh yeah, these are the ones that basically match each other. Oh no, they're not. Okay, so let's we're going to end up using two different size needles. But they're both just standard regular pointed needles. So here we go. So we've got one piece of thread here, and we're going to thread two needles onto it. And in this, what we're going to do now is what you would put on the very top back of this shoe here, right? You'll see there's a stitch that goes across, right? And this is the very first stitch you're going to do to join the back tab together, right? So now you could use the non-woven material in the kit to basically put a stripe and make this 3D already and glue it together. You could do that. Again, there's no wrong answer to that. Actually, I just did this wrong here, so actually let me back out here and actually do a little better job of explaining what we're going to do here. Okay, so first thing you're going to do is you're going to get yourself 2 or 3 feet of thread here, and put the needle on each end. Okay, get the needle going on each end. Now this is our back part of our shoe here. And we are going to go into from the front side into the shoe, okay? And we're going to do that with both needles in those top holes, okay? So we're going to go through, all right? And you'll see the thread is just sitting on the outside, right? There's one stitch, right? You can see that, okay? Now we're going to take the needle from the right side, and we're going to go in the back side on the left, right? So we're just going to go right there, okay? And then we're going to take the other side, and we're going to go right out through the original hole that we put in the very first time, okay? All right, and then we're going to just do the same thing again. We're going to take that needle that we have in our hand, and we're going to go right through the other hole to inside the shoe. And this one that we had before, that's on the outside, we're going to go into the other side. Okay, so now we've got really a nice strong stitch. And just work those threads a little bit to get it nice and tight. Okay, now that we've got both on the inside, you're going to swap sides, right? And you're going to go out, and you'll have access, because this is the very first seam you're going to do. So you'll be able to actually flip to the back side and see, because we are going to go out the next hole down below. And if you can't see it, just go ahead and punch it again so you can see it from the back side. Okay, so we're going to go out. Okay, and then on the other side, same thing. We are going to go out the next hole down below. And actually we'll just double check that we can see the hole, right? Okay. Now we're going out. Okay. And now we're gonna, instead of, I mean, you could actually go back into the other, you could go across, but into the same level, but we're actually gonna go down to the next hole, right? And we're gonna, and these 2 stitches are gonna, they're just gonna make an X, okay? As you go down, okay? So we're doing a nice little cross stitch pattern, right? So you've just made an X, okay? And then same situation, you're gonna go out, you're gonna cross over and back, and you're gonna switch sides and go out the next hole. So you end up making an X on the back side too, okay? And as you do this, just snug it up, okay? And now we're gonna take same thing, that the one that we just brought out, we're gonna go down to the next level and we're gonna cross over, okay? And this one, same, we're gonna cross over. Okay, so you end up with 1 straight stitch across the top, and then you just make X's. And if you do a nice clean job, I mean, you could cover this, you could cover these, with a back tab. And if you have a hard time sort of finding the hole, right, for your next stitch, just go ahead from the front and just poke those holes again to make sure you can see what's going on, right? So now you can just build these X's down, and when you get to the bottom, you can just do a couple across, because that you're going to be down here. It's going to be below the level of your foot and below the level of the outsole, and you can just make yourself a nice strong stitch to hold these pieces together. Okay, that's that. But as you go, just make sure that you keep tightening. No, not too tight that you end up. I mean, you want to have these leather pieces squeezed together nice, but be careful not to buckle them. Okay, so that's the back seam. All right. Now that we've done that, I'm actually gonna pick this apart, and I'm gonna pull this thread out, and we're gonna do the overlap seam. So let's just quickly take this apart. And hey, you see how easy this is to back this off, right, without damaging it. So hey, if you get halfway down and it looks crooked, or it's not you don't like the look of it, just very carefully you can back it off. Okay, so we'll just take this apart, and we're gonna go all the way back here. I don't know if we can get this knot apart, but yeah, let's just pick at it for a second. No, let's not waste our time. Okay, so now that we're here, we'll go ahead and we'll just cut that apart here. Okay, because now we got to do is we're going to do the next seam here, which is this overlap, right? Okay, because this is where your toe cap sits on top of your tongue, right? So we're gonna stitch that. And let's just attach this again here. We'll get ourselves, you know what, I'm going to get ourselves a little longer piece of thread here. We're just practicing, so remember, we're using a color that we're not going to use on the shoe, so don't sweat it. Maybe I could be using the white, because I'm not planning on making any white shoes anytime soon. The black one may be coming handy, but whatever, we'll work it out. The red's not too hard to come by. So we're going to do the same thing now. We're going to do 2 needles. On one side of the same string. Okay. And this piece here, and I'm gonna mark this as X. This is our top side piece, right? Okay. So we're gonna start. We're gonna come through the bottom. Okay. Just like that. And we've got our other side there. So we're going to come through and we're going to go through the top, back to the inside. So we've just made one stitch. Now, we're going to take the other inside needle, right? And we're going to advance. And we're going to go right into the hole that other one came from inside to out, from outside to inside. So we're going to go outside in with the other string, right? And then we're going to advance this to the next hole. Okay, and it's going to go from outside to inside. Now the string that was already inside, and this is why it's actually convenient to have two different needles. We're going to go out through the same hole, right? We're going to see right where that thread is coming through, and we're going to go out through that side. Okay? Now we're back outside the shoe, and we're going to go directly back in. Now you see, because we made sure all these holes were nice and open, how easy that is. Okay, so now this needle goes in, and you see we have a nice continuous line of stitching, right? And now the other string that was already inside, that comes out through the next hole. And then it goes right back in. So sometimes you might find it easier if one of these is the hook needle, or one, use one that's a big needle and a small needle. Okay, so we're back inside now. And now we're going to take the other needle, and we're going to go right back through that hole, back to the outside. And just this is a really good exercise. And when you're working on this part, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because the whole shoe is going to be made by then, right? So you'll still have access to it because you'll be able to flip this back and look into it. But it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. But that's where, if you've got your holes punched clean and they're easy to get into, then you'll be able to find the hole to get back, right? And then from the inside, once you see where your needle's coming, if you find out, wait a minute, I'm pushing and it's too hard, then you're not exactly in the right hole again, right? So actually, do we even have a hole there? We do, actually. Let me just quickly, I think we might not. Okay, there we go. Make sure that hole is right. Okay, so remember, it's the back one that's going to go back through. Okay, it's going through, and actually I see the issue is it's not catching on that one. There it goes. Okay, all right, that catches through, and then we're going to go directly back in, see if we can find the hole. Okay, and that's it. So we're using two needles, and they're alternating, right? So the one that's trailing, when you're back inside, the one that's trailing now goes right back out through the hole through the stitch that you've just made. Okay, and that makes your next stitch. Okay, oh come on, let's get that last one. Let's get it in there, right through there. There it is. Okay, and just snug as you go. And just a little bit of practice. See that stitch line looks pretty decent, yeah? And I was trying to be careful with how close this line is to the edge, right? Because that's what makes this line right here, right? And this is a case where you're gonna take your time and get enough tension on it, right? So that none of the stitches stick up, and you'll just have a nice neat row. and this will be the one that you spend the most time looking at, right? And you could use this, you could use this technique on the back line if you wanted to. Maybe we will. Well, actually, we've done one shoe with the X. If you want to do that double needle technique in line with overlap, hey, you can do that too. There's enough stretch in this pattern that even though we've designed it to be together, if you overlap it, that's okay. It'll still work. All right, so those are the two stitching techniques. So it's really, again, like I said, I recommend you take a little piece like this and practice a couple of techniques. If there's another technique you want to try, just give it a little practice before you go to work on your workpiece. Now, what are we doing on this piece, right? To attach it, this one, we are going to do a Strobel, but we're going to do it by hand. Usually in the factory, they have a machine that just goes to town and does this. And actually here, we'll just, this is a single needle technique that we're going to do. So here, I'll just cut this off here and make a knot. This really, and the reason we carefully mark these holes is because, and I'm gonna undo it, but basically we are gonna just go right through the upper, okay, and we're gonna go back and make sure all these holes are cleaned, and then you'll be able to see exactly the hole you're going into, right? And then you're in, okay, you're through. And then this stitch line is hidden, right? So we're just gonna pull back and we're gonna go right through the next hole. We're gonna let the thread loop, okay? And we're gonna get into the next hole. Okay? We are gonna let the thread loop around the outside. And that's 100% okay, because that is our Strobel, right? And that is hidden inside the shoe. And we're just gonna loop it over. Now here's the thing. When you're doing a Strobel stitch, okay, we don't want these to be very tight, actually. For there to be a little gap here and a little bit of movement, that's perfectly okay, right? Because we're just trying to hold this together, right? And you don't want it too tight because you want this to be able to hinge. You want this to be able to hinge up and move, right? And don't worry about, these stitches here, because when we go to put this into the shoe, they're going to be below the level of the outsole. And if there's a little bit of free play here, right? Because that'll let this become a 90-degree angle. And when we glue this all up, right, you'll be able to get in here and push, right, and make sure that you've got full contact with the sidewall. And if you get to this point too, and we'll cover this more, but if you have a last, right, once you get all this perimeter in, this is what is going to allow you to actually push and get a nice strong glue bond. And we don't have to, because we're going to come back and end up sewing it. But so in this case, you're going to end up doing your Strobel stitch around the perimeter. We'll glue this down, okay, and then we'll come back with another stitch and go sideways, right? So you've basically, this operation is to secure the upper to the lasting board, right? And then we'll secure the whole thing to the outsole after we glue it. All right, so those are the stitches that we're gonna use here. And because these are all 5mm increments, right, we're gonna actually, once you get the toe cap together like this, we're gonna set the middle of the heel, we're gonna set the middle of the front, and we're gonna connect it. That way we know that the upper is not twisted. It's really most important that you get your center seam in the back right in the middle. So those are the stitching operations, and hey, it's going to take a little while, but this Strobel stitching method, because we've already punched all the holes, and again, we're going to make sure that, you know, you're going to make sure, you know, before you sit down to stitch it, it really is a good idea to just take this and just make one last punch through every hole, right? And the easier you make it to get through these holes, the faster the stitching is going to be. So in just a few minutes, you'll be able to go and make sure every hole is open for your big needle, right? And then we'll be able to really sew this Strobel pretty quickly. If you check those, and then these ones start to look pretty good too, okay? Because usually you don't sew through this kind of lasting board. You would use a fabric Strobel, but we want to give the shoe a little stiffness, and because we're going to channel stitch the whole thing on, it's okay to stitch through this. If you had a Strobel board like we sell in the materials kit, you could use a Strobel board too, but this works just fine. Again, it's going to make the shoe a little bit more rigid when you stand on it. So that's why, if you have good holes through there and good holes through there, we'll be able to quickly Strobel this, and it won't take very long at all. Okay, so listen, we'll take a break. We'll come back to that, and you're ready. You've got this far. First, before we sew onto that, we're gonna sew these parts together. We're gonna do the back. We're gonna connect the toe tip, right? Then we'll connect here. We'll assemble. The last operation we're gonna do, actually, once the shoe is all down, this is the very last operation after we've channel stitched it, because it's a lot easier to work inside the shoe without the tongue on it. That's a great trick I learned. So I look forward to doing that. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hey folks, okay, it is time to do some stitching, and yeah, we did all of our cutting, and we set our rivets, and basically what we're going to do now is we're going to start stitching this together. I'll explain what we're going to do here. Basically, we're going to put the back together first, okay? Then we're going to connect the nose piece, okay, the toe tip here. Then we're gonna close, right? We're gonna make a circle like this. Then we're gonna put the bottom on. Then gotta put the bottom on this way so it fits our outsole. We're gonna put the bottom on. Then we're gonna glue it up. Then we're gonna sew it on to the outsole. And the last operation is to sew on the tongue. So let's get started. Now, we practiced a little bit yesterday, or whenever it was we did that. I guess that was yesterday afternoon. And so now we've got our heel piece. Remember, we left a little bit of material here, right? Because once we get this together, we're gonna even it up. So we've got our this is going to be visible thread on the outside of the shoe. So then we're going to use a correct color. We're going to save the black that we used for testing. We are going to reserve that for this Strobel here. But because this is our main color. So remember, we did the double needle here, and I'm just going to give ourselves, about the width of the work table here to do this. And we are going to grab 2 different needles here, because this is a double needle operation here. There we go. Okay. So remember, what we're going to do here is we are going to do a bar, just 1 stitch across, and then we're going to make X's all the way down, and that's going to be the look. Okay. And hey, and listen, if you have other plans, if you want to sort of skip ahead and start doing some other features, a back tab or a back stripe or whatever, you can totally do that. I'm just going to show you again, the basics. Let's just get this together, right? Let's do it now. Now, see how easily my needles went through, and that's because I went through and really made sure that that we had our holes open, and that's just going to make this sewing operation quite a lot easier. Okay. All right. Now, when we're doing this, we gotta be a little bit careful about tension. We want to have our leather up tight, but not so tight that it buckles. And this is where you're going to find out how straight your cut was to make sure your pieces fit together, right? Okay. So now I've got my threads here. I've got basically left and right. And now I'm going to go take the one into the hole where the other thread's coming, right? And because I have bad eyesight, I gotta look and see here. Okay, I'm not in the hole. Let's get started here. Okay. All right, and we'll start to bring some tension there. And now I'm gonna go through on the other side, back out to the front, and we're gonna go ahead and and do this a couple of times so that we can get a nice sturdy. And because it's a continuous piece of thread, you know, we don't have to worry about this thing sort of coming untied, right? And then we're gonna go right back through. Okay. And through again. Okay. All right, and actually, I got my threads twisted around each other a little bit. Okay, there we go, that's better. And we're just gonna make sure that we get enough tension here. This is a pretty important looking little stitch here, so we just wanna do our best to make sure that that's looking good. And I see the one piece kind of came out under, and I'm just gonna flick it under there. Okay, that's better. All right, now we're just gonna start to put a little more tension on that. Yeah. All right. I mean, it's just one stitch. Okay. Now that we're on the back side now, we're going to cross over, right? To the next hole, down. Okay. We're going to cross over. And then this one we're going to cross over. Okay. Flip over. Same thing. We're going to cross over to the next hole down. Now, you know, that hole doesn't feel like it was all the way down, all the way in. So I'm going to bring my little punch mat here and just quickly go down these holes one more time, just to make sure that they're open nice. All right, it's just going to make this way easier if we do that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's cross. What did I not do the very first hole that I was worried about getting into? Okay. All right, let's cross. And we're gonna cross. Okay. And then you know, just you'll get a rhythm for how you're gonna do this, right? You know, whether you flip the piece over, or however you you get your rhythm for it, right? I admit it, my hand sewing technique isn't that great, but just keeping your strings organized is the key there, so they don't get tangled as you work back and forth. Okay, so then just cross and cross. And just keep going. Okay, now we're down to like the last cross or two, and actually at this level you're already below the level of the outsole, and so we're going to go ahead and finish these last crosses. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another bar across the bottom and then come back and double onto that X. So we're just going to, now that we're on this bottom here, I'm going to cross over again into the bottom. Okay. And then I'm just going to come across, right? Because there's no other level. So I'm going to come across and make a solid bar across, and this one's going to come back in, right? Come back in. Okay. All right. And I'm just checking, you know, and you see now we've got this little curve going, right? Because the two pieces are together. Feels pretty smooth. Okay. Because this is where, you know, unless you come back with some lining or I mean, you could take that non-woven and put a heel pad there. Or you could even, you know, glue another piece of leather, whatever, if you wanted to make some kind of a heel pocket. But like I said, I'm just showing you how to put this together. You know, sort of the next level of this is to build out a fancier tongue lining and that stuff. And if you've got the shoe material kit, I mean, there's other, you know, like they said, the self-adhesive non-woven is a great material to use if you wanted to back up this heel pocket. But again, for this little project here, showing you how to do this, we're not going to do that. Now, I'm just going to cross back into that, to the next hole up. Okay. And then I'll do the same on this side. So we're going to go back through. My threads are unthreading here. So I'm just going to come up. All right. And then again, this bottom thread, these threads down here, these are going to be below the level of the footbed, right? By the time you put this on and you put your footbed on, this will be below the level. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and just make a knot here. Okay, make it nice and tight. Okay, that's it. All right, see? That was easy, huh? It looks okay. Okay, now, we're even here, and we have a little bit of a point here, and then this is exactly what I wanted. And I'm just going to come back and very carefully round that off. You could leave yourself a little bit more space there to have a little bit more meat there, but that's basically kind of how you make that. All right, there, that's it, huh? Okay, so now hey, look at that. Now we're starting to take shape, huh? Okay, now next is this. Now this, you'll see that this seam barely is this goes under, and when you assemble the shoe, you're really only going to see a couple of stitches here. It's really quite low, right? So what we're going to do though is we want to make sure these are nice and clean. So let's go ahead and make sure these holes are nicely open. And if we're a little accent, so as while we're doing this, okay, let's just give those a little double punch. Make sure that this just makes our life a lot easier when we go to do this next operation. Okay, so again, we're going to want to use our brown thread because these stitches will be visible. Okay, we don't need very much because we're only going about 5 stitches here. And your first thought is to start at the bottom, right? But that's actually not what we're going to do. We're going to start at the top. That way we can do our knots and everything, and it'll all be at the strobel level of the shoe. And this line we're going to do just like the that practice line that we did, okay? Just like that one. Okay, so we don't have that much thread here, but then again, we don't need that much. All right. So let's double check that we've punched these. Okay. Oh yeah, right here. Okay, let's just quickly give these a little check here. Okay. And I don't know if I double punch these, but this is a great time to go ahead and do these ones, because it's going to be a lot harder once this is sewn on to double check these. So let's just go ahead and do it now. And again, be careful with these, because these are the ones that are going to be the most visible in your shoe. Now I see that that's a little, okay, that's a little, oh, there goes our thread here. Let's just clean up that little piece here. Be very careful, because we're going to see that. Okay, and the needle and thread are on the floor here. Hang on, we'll get that. All right. Okay, let's start sewing this together. Now, if you remember our instructions here, C goes to C and B goes to B. Right? That's that. Okay. All right, let's get started here. So we're going to start at the top and work our way to the strobel. Okay. And again, this tab goes under, right? So we'll go ahead and we're going to go right through. Right through, okay. All right. And then just this thread on the outside is going to go into the next hole. And then the one on the inside is going to go right back, right? It's going to go right back in with the red hole we just came out. And we're going to make a nice even row. So now that you've got this one in your hand, go ahead and get into the next one. Okay, and these line up pretty good, so we are careful. Okay, that one goes through and in. And now we're going to go back out. Now that I'm sewing this together, if you have a razor blade or a skiving tool, you could actually thin down that end, right, before you sew it together. You could glue it too if you wanted to, but in this case, I mean, you really don't need to. Okay, so now we are back through. Actually, did I go into the wrong hole here? What happened? Yeah, I'm in the wrong hole here, so hold on. We're okay in the back. I just got through the wrong one in the front. Sorry about that, folks. Let's get this straight here, because this one's got to come. Yeah, just don't worry. It's easy to just back up a little bit. This wax thread, it doesn't get jammed up. It doesn't snag too hard, so it's easy to just pull it out, back up. Okay, there we go. Now we're in the right spot. Because we're just going to chain these together. If you see an empty hole, then you missed. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Get that back. All right. And we're going to go right back where we started. Okay, and we're already to the last hole here. Okay, right there. This one, I'm going to take it through. Okay, and then I'm going to go back one. Okay. Now, you could get a little bit fancy here, and we'll show you what to do here. Is to go back in, but don't go through the inner layer. Go into the middle. Okay, so now we've got your thread end coming out underneath the flap, and I'm going to take this one. Excuse me, rethread that. I'm going to take this one, if I can get the needle threaded. Okay, good, there we go. And I'm going to go back in, also the same, and now I'm in the middle, underneath the flap. So I'm not inside or I'm not outside, we're right in the middle here. We've got both of our ends here, and we've got a nice line holding these pieces together. And now that we're inside here, we're just going to tie a knot. And it'll be hidden underneath that little flap. Okay. That's on there pretty good. Okay. And now we're just gonna clip that string and the ends are hidden underneath that flap. So again, you could skive this end a little bit. That's a little bit more advanced technique. Skiving, that's next. Okay, so there's that. Okay, look at that. It's starting to look like something. All right, now we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. You see how it took, excuse me, just a couple of minutes. And I think we had just, yeah, we didn't have that. You don't need that much thread here. We had a lot left over, but so let's cut that a little shorter here. Yeah, this big needle is maybe a little bit long. I mean, you could probably use the really shorter one. I find this one generally is easier to handle. When we go to do the vamp, you're not going to want to use this little sword here. You're going to want to use a smaller needle. But here we go. Okay, so we're going to do the same double needle jam. You don't have to listen to me talk. You can just watch me do it. Here we go. Okay, now we're going to go in, but back into the middle, okay? And this part is where you want to keep the tension going here, right? Flip it over. And we're going to go back into the middle through the next hole up, okay? Get that through there. All right. Okay, keep the tension on. Put those needles aside. We've got our two ends. And I'm just going to check, okay? Check the tension there, and now we'll knot it up. All right. Okay. Look at that. Okay. See, now you can start to see how this thing's going together, right? And you can put that on there, and you can step back and be like, hey, we're starting to look like a shoe. Okay, so next step. Next step is going to be to strobel this upper onto our board here. Okay, and you know, I'm using the board to give yourself a little firmer standing surface. If you wanted to use fabric for this, you could. You know, usually you don't stitch through this kind of board, but because it's stiff and because of the technique we're doing, it works just fine. And okay, now the trick here is to make sure that you get this center seam right on to the holes here in the back, right? And in the factory, they have markings drawn across the length of it, and you know, and then side to side, to make sure that you stay in exactly the right thing. So it's actually, you know, not the worst idea in the world. You know, I'm going to start in the back, and we'll start working our way forward. I might actually go use both sides instead of going all the way around. Go forward and meet in the middle, meet in the front. It's critically important that the back is on center, because things will get weird if you're not on the center line. Okay, so let's get started with that. So in this case, we're gonna take quite a lot of thread here, and you're gonna want to go kind of, roughly around the outsole. Start with 3 times, right? And hey, if you run out in this operation, oh man, okay, sorry, I've got my brown thread. Don't do that. Okay, this thread here, set it aside, because when you're working on this, you still got the toe cap and this and this, and this is a lot of thread, but if you had a second shoe to do, right? So take the thread that you're not going to use. So in this case, here I'm gonna do the white thread actually. Let's do the white, and it might be easier for you to see what we're doing here. And I don't plan on making any white shoes personally. You can, but I'm not planning on white, so we're only going to use this white for the strobe. Okay, because remember, this is completely hidden. You won't see it. It'll be underneath the outsole and underneath the footbed, so you're not going to see it. Okay, now I am going to use the bigger needle here for this operation. So get this side, I don't lose this stuff here, right? Keep your work surface as neat as you can so you don't have this problem that I do. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I have all this thread here. I'm going to basically give ourselves half of it. And I'm going to start on the bottom here. And I'm going to go, actually, sorry, what am I going to do here? Okay. Make sure you're right side up here, okay? This is critically important here, right? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through here, and I'm going to pull one string and leave the other. Okay. And now I'm going to come back up through the other side. So what I'm doing here essentially is I want to get half of my thread both coming up through the bottom, right? From bottom to top, and I'm going to leave about half of my thread there, okay? Just so I can get started with this. Actually, I take it back. I'm going to do this the other way around. Excuse me. What I want to do is break my brain here. Is I'm going to go through the bottom, through the bottom, up into the top, and then back out. So basically, this gives me 2 tails coming out of the bottom of the strobe, right? These are coming out of the bottom, and I've got about half the thread on each side. Okay, that's my goal here. All right. And because what I'm going to do then is now that I've got my thread 2 tails coming out, I'm going to work my way forward. Okay. All right. I'm going to work my way forward now. I'm going to do the medial side first. I'm right-handed. It's just more comfortable for me to do it that way. You'll see how we're going to do this. Okay. All right. So, this is going to take a little while to do. And if you've seen videos on the website of a guy running the Strobel machine, he could do this operation in about 10 seconds, not even. It seems like they're absolutely hypnotized by the machine when they do this. So we are gonna, and when I get started, it's gonna be a little bit hard to see, but what I'm gonna do is I'm coming over the edge, right? And I'm gonna come into the upper, right? So I'm coming in, all right? I'm going, so we're sitting on the outside and we're looking in. And then once I'm here, I'm gonna go, make sure we got our board going the right direction here. You don't wanna, okay. There's extra thread, I gotta get that out of there, it's disturbing me. Okay. We've just gone into the upper, and I'm looking right down on the hole in the Strobel, and I'm going into that hole, okay? All right, so I've gone up and in, and you see we've got that first stitch. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna loop over. I'm looping over, and I'm going right back into the upper, and then I'm going right back into the next hole in the board, okay? It's a little bit hard to see, but once we get a little further along, you'll see what we're doing here, okay? And it's okay, this operation, okay, hold on, it looks like a little bit of a train wreck here, don't worry. We'll just keep our loops organized here, okay? All right. Okay, so there it is. You can see our first stitch. Actually, I went over it. Hold on. Let's get that out from underneath there. Okay. All right, so we've just gone through the board, up into the upper, okay, and out again. All right, and we're gonna do the same thing now. We're gonna loop over. We're gonna go into the upper, and into the board. Into the upper, and into the board. Okay, now tension is pretty important here. And what I'm going to tell you is not too much. Okay, if you pull this really tight, then your upper, you're not going to have the flexibility to sort of adjust your upper. Okay? And when we go to press it into the outsole, you're going to have a hard time getting a 90 degree. So you actually, and this happens quite a lot when you're in the factory and you're looking at the Strobel operator. They've got the thing set so tight, and it's actually a little bit of just a little tension, barely any, because you actually want to see a little bit of a. You want to see a little bit of a gap here, just a little bit, just a little free play, and that will, not too loose that there's a big gap, right? But just a little bit loose. That way that there's a little gap, and that lets the upper in the board move. So when you go to do your bonding operation, see, look at that. It's not super tight. It's just there. It's holding it together. Now this is plenty strong, and when we glue it all together, actually, this stitch is not even going to matter. That's part of the other situation here. Now, if you run out of thread, don't sweat it, because this stitch that we're doing here, you won't even see it. You'll never see it. So If you do a knot and do a splice and hook it on, it doesn't matter, right? This does hold the whole shoe together during these next few operations. But if you take a modern athletic shoe after it's all built and you cut the stroble stitches, it doesn't matter, because once the thing's glued together. Okay, so we can just, if you think you're getting too loose, you can go ahead and grab your needle and start pulling, just lifting the loops and creating a little bit more tension. But in this aspect here, and you'll find a comfortable way to locate your workpiece to keep your strings from getting snagged, and you'll get a rhythm here. But I like this method because you can see the holes that you're trying to get into, right? And just go. And if you're going here and you pull too hard and you rip your stroble board here, don't worry about it. One board, one tear in your board is not going to undo the whole situation. Just keep moving. Just move past it. It's okay. Okay. Now, here's a case where the hole wasn't quite there, so I'm actually just going to use my tabletop to push it through. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, now that I've gone this far, I'm going to turn over and I'm going to start working this side forward, okay? Okay, stop right here. Now, if you look closely where the leather is meeting the stroble board, you see the leather is actually on the inside edge of the stroble. I'm making a mistake right here. Actually, I am sewing it too tight. It is always, it's always in your mind to make sure your stitches are nice and tight. But this is one place where you don't want tight stitches. Actually, you want that leather, like I said, right there. You can see where the leather is inboard of the stroble. Right here's the leather, and here's the edge of the stroble. It's inboard. You actually want that leather to be out here on the edge, on the lower edge of the stroble, right? You don't want the leather sitting on top of the stroble. That'll make the upper a little narrow. Actually, you want to make sure that the stitch is loose enough that the leather sits down beside, so that when you look at the bottom of the shoe, you see leather all around the perimeter, right? And it's okay. We want the seam to be loose. We want that joint where those two come together to have a little play, so when we go to mount the shoe in the outsole, it can conform nicely. So if it's sitting on top, that's too tight. You want it just to the side. Okay, keep going. All right, let's keep going. Now, listen, if you get around here and it looks like we've got a lot more leather than we have lasting board here. You see this gap here? That's okay, because basically that's what the extra tension looks like. Okay, and I've counted the number of holes here, so I know that I still have basically 25 on the outside and 25 on the inside. So, you know, so I know that we've got enough that it's lining up correctly. Just we're going to give ourselves, you know, just make sure we have enough slack. That's all. So, you know, if you, like I said, if it starts to look kind of weird and you're not sure, just count how many stitch holes you have, because the way these patterns are designed, there's exactly the right number of holes. So if you cut your pieces accurately, you should be okay. Now, again, just go ahead, give yourself some extra slack, and you'll be just fine. Don't just, you know, it's easy to think you got to have it all down tight, but I promise you that's actually not what you need here. You actually want to give yourself some slack. So if there's a millimeter or two there, and you see an air gap, that's totally fine. You can always come back and adjust the tension later. Don't sweat it. Okay, this part is a little bit tricky because we're a long way from the heel where we started, and if your tension gets a little funky along the way, you know, it's okay. Just don't sweat it. Hey, listen, and if it really looks like it's not lining up in the front, you know, there's nothing that's irreparable here. If you have to chop some stitches and back up and adjust the tension, then it's okay. Don't sweat it here. I mean, this is a learning operation here, and if this is your first one, then you're gonna have to expect some issues there. But you know, a little bit of tension here, and just you know, make sure you have enough slack. And yeah, again, it doesn't, you know, the rest of your upper, you know, probably looks beautiful, but this part looks a little weird. Don't worry about it, because again, this is below the level of the outsole, right? And this is we're just holding the stuff together so that we can get it glued, and you're going to have a whole nother line of stitching through the outsole that's going to hold this whole thing together. Because remember, all this is going to be covered with glue and hidden underneath the outsole. So again, we're just trying to make sure that we have enough slack here. Okay. All right, we got one more stitch here. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. Now, we're going to leave those hanging there and make sure that so it looks a little bit loose there. Don't worry about it, because we're going to put it onto the outsole unit, and we're going to just start working it into the corners here. Now, this is where you want to check your tension, right? So we got plenty of loose here. Here it looks good. Looks a little tight back here, right along this edge. So we've got all the strobel in, and we're just gonna try to work some of the tension, and we're just trying to get a feel for how this thing's gonna fit onto the outsole. Now, this is a key point here, is to, when it's sitting on the outsole, is to look and see your height, right? Here and here, right? Because this is the obvious, you know, and you want to check just how the rubber matches the line of your leather. Hopefully, you're nice and straight, right? And if you're careful about how you sewed it together, and just dry fit it, and yeah, this looks pretty good. Okay, we got a thread hanging here. Let's just nip that off here. Okay. Now, you know, this is the part of shoemaking that we're, you know, trying to get you to the next step. You can, from here, you can glue it up. Actually, that is the next step. You're gonna glue it up, and you're gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take our marking pen here, and we're gonna press down right? Press down firmly. Take your pen and just trace right along the top edge of the outsole. Okay, and if you have a pencil, just you want to make kind of a scribe line there. And you just want to glide right along the top of the outsole. I don't suggest you using a colored ink pen because you're likely to end up having a permanent mark on your shoe. If you're using the lighter leather, you know, I'm using the disappearing ink pen. But if you just take a pencil and just sort of scribe along, and you know, even if you're just sort of disturbing the nap, you just want to make yourself a line so that you can see where the level of the outsole is going to hit. Okay, and what you want to do that for is you know, we're just going to cover this with glue. In the factory, they would rough this area, right? They would really rough it and buff it. We don't have to do that because we're actually going to come back and sew, but you would mark that line. Now, and then we're basically just going to press this together, going by hand, right? Now, if you're doing the advanced course here, and you've got yourself a shoe last, this is where this really comes in handy. If you don't have one, don't worry about it. I mean, you can get them on the website. You know, they're all matched to this equipment. You don't have to have this, but I'm going to show you the advantage of having it. So we're at this point, and we're going to insert the last in to our upper, right? And these patterns are all designed to fit together. It could take a little effort. I think in this case, you'd probably slip the toe in first and just be pretty gentle working the heel in, because you don't want to, I mean, the last is designed to stretch the pattern to give it the 3D shape, but you just want to be careful, because if you're not careful, you can damage it. Okay, so I've got it slipped in here, right? And ideally, and this is where you can take your hammer, and you can, if you have a last, again, you know, you don't have to have it, but I'm just going to show you how this works. And this is really more traditional shoemaking. So you're actually gonna hammer. And what you're doing here is, when you hear that real clonk, that means the upper is down on the last. Okay? That's what that sound, that real clunking sound is, right? When you're hitting, you're actually driving the lasting board down onto the last. You know, there's no air pockets or anything. You are down on the last all the way. And you can see now the nice shape it makes, right? And when you go to put this together, you can see how tight all of this is. And this is a great place, you know, once you're on the last, to go back in and see how your line matches up. So, okay. So this makes it a lot easier to do your bonding, right? But I'm going to show you how to do it without that. And actually, here's the other, I told you about this rubber band, has a special feature. If you're using a last, you know, this is a great time to take this band and put it right here and give that a little squeeze once you got the glue on there, right? Okay, so that's how you, if you have a last, the SNF last, I mean, if you see on your pattern here, it actually says SNF number 8, right? Because we're making a size 8, and this is the SNF size 8 last. So again, do you have to have this? No. Is it helpful? It sure is. But okay, so we're going to go ahead. Like I said, I'm going to show you how to do this without it. And now that we're going to carefully peel this off, we don't want to damage anything. Okay, so that's the advantage of having a last. All right, so hey, you know, look at that. We're nearly there, right? Right? Now we're gonna glue this up. So if you have a can of contact cement, or you know, this is Barge all-purpose cement, this works great. Now, before we glue this up, you want to make sure that your outsole is as clean as it can be, right? And we'll wipe this down. If you have if you have a little acetone, you can use that to clean your outsole. You know, if you know, when these are made, they use a chemical called mold release that helps the rubber get free of the mold, get free of the equipment to make it. You know, they come from the factory washed, but you know, to get the best bond, you'd actually come in with sandpaper and rough this. You can do that. If you have a little acetone, again, you don't have to do this because we are going to come back and stitch this. But, you know, I'm going to just pour a little bit of acetone onto this rag, and I'm just going to go around the edge. And that just prepares this surface, really prepares the surface nicely for the glue. You should be wearing gloves and a respirator. Don't do what I do. Do it the right way. Okay. All right. So we just put a little acetone in there. Okay. If you had a little sandpaper, you could come in and do a little sanding on this leather here. But again, because we're going to end up stitching this whole thing, you know, it would work better. You don't have to. All right. So to spread the glue, you're going to want to have some kind of a brush, because otherwise you're going to make a little bit of a mess here. But what we're going to do is I'm just going to squeeze a little bit down into the outsole here, right? And just put a little glob in there. That's okay. And then I have a little brush inside this other can of cement here, and we'll just use this to spread it around. Okay, so we're going to get this glue and we're going to get it all up into the sidewall. And you want to really get a nice coat in the sidewall. See how we're getting here, right? Because this is the real bonding surface, right? This egg crate here, yeah, we want to get some glue in there, but really the strength of our bond is all going to be here on the sidewall. So we want to get a nice coat of glue in here. In the factory, they will use what's called primer, and the primer is because you're gluing essentially leather to rubber, they have two different primers. One primer is designed for treating leather, and one primer is designed for treating rubber. Or, you know, if this is an EVA like running shoe, then it's designed for EVA. But that primer material is essentially glue mixed with a little bit of solvent, and it just makes it really liquid. See, this is a little syrupy, right? Primer itself has a little bit more liquidy feel, and it spreads on, and it penetrates into the surface. And I'm going to just put a little bit of cement here on these pieces, and I want to get some up here on a little bit more on the toe area here. Is this is pretty important to have a really good bond, particularly when we go to sew. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these parts, so make sure that you get good glue up here in the heel and in the toe, because when you go to push that needle in, it's going to want to pull away. But you know, just get that good glue on there. Okay. And we want to make sure we get glue up. Am I using a lot of glue? Hey, it's okay, man. You know, that's okay. You know, it's hard to have too much of this glue. Now, this stuff really stinks, so make sure you have a fan running, or the windows open, whatever. Okay, so this is all cemented up. You know, I'm going to really make sure I get on the outsole, get all the way up to the edge. You know, in fact, flick your brush up past the edge. You want to get glue all the way up to the top. And the reason is because on the upper, you've got to stay below that line, right? If you get glue above that line, you're going to be looking at that glue, you know, for the rest of time. So be careful not to do that. Okay. So this glue is drying pretty quickly. You know, this barge all-purpose cement, if you can find one that says clear, is better. I mean, this yellow won't show too much on our brown shoe, but if you're making a white shoe, then really be careful. Now, I'm just, you know, if I got a little extra glue on the edge before it dries, and actually even, you know, if you have a little piece of, you know, crepe rubber here, or just a regular school eraser, you can actually get the glue off the edge here. Okay, so notice I'm not in a big hurry, right? You say, oh, wait, hurry up because this glue is going to dry. We actually want this glue to dry, right? The whole point of contact cement is that you get it onto the surface you're going to bond, and then you let it set there. Because you want this to be tacky, right? So it still a little bit of stick, but actually it's starting to get dry already. And now we're gonna come back and work on the shoe side. And you know, I would put a glob right in the middle here, and then take your brush, pick some up, and then just work your way up to the line, okay? And just get right to try to stay right below that line, okay? And if you get some above the line, no big deal. I mean, this happens to be disappearing ink, so we hit it with a little heat later. It'll disappear. If you don't have disappearing ink, be careful, because if you put a pen line and then you cover it with glue, okay, careful, Wade, you're getting glue on these things, okay. If you hit it, you know, if it's a pen line and you cover it with glue, you know, once that glue dries, your line is going to be on your shoe permanently. So be careful about that, right? So just be careful, and you know, don't put too much glue on at once. I mean, this stuff is really stinky. There are some cements by barge that are low VOC. So if you're in a school situation or something where you got a lot of folks indoors working on these projects together, you know, get the low VOC version of it. I think it comes in the green can. That'll be a better glue for you. But here, I'm just showing you, like, here's this tube you can get on Amazon. It's enough to make a shoe or two. And this is Barge brand. So we're just making sure we get glue all up into these stitches and everything. And just go ahead and just put a little bit here and just work it in. And again, like I said, you know, hey, Wade, do we need to hurry? I don't want the glue to dry. It's okay. We are going to let the glue dry. In fact, we might actually hit it with a heat gun to speed things up a little bit, because glue sticks to glue, right? And this is not just for home craft, but this is the way it works in the factory. You'll notice the workers, if you've seen the videos, they're on the assembly line, and they are putting the glue and the primer on, and then they put the shoe back on the conveyor belt without assembling it. That is to get some heat back into the glue so that it cooks, it evaporates the solvent. Now, a lot of these glues in the factory are water-based. This tube is not water-based. You'll see when you take the cap off it how stinky this is. So if you can get the low VOC one, that's probably better, but this is what we got today. This Angeles one, clear cement, is a little bit less powerful smell. I think you might find that one a little nicer to work with. But again, we kind of ran out. So this is what we're using today, and this glue works perfectly fine. And again, if you get a little bit of this glue on the upper, don't worry. We can come back and we can come back and with our rubber eraser, and we can clean it off. But just go a little bit at a time. Again, there's no real hurry here, right? You don't have to get this done before it dries. And you could actually, you know, glue these up and go take a break, get some fresh air, and then fit it together. But we're just gonna go ahead and glue these up. And again, you know, I didn't show you the sanding operation. You don't have to sand it. if you were just counting on the glue by itself without stitching later, then yeah, you would definitely want to sand it. But for this operation here, it'd be nice if I had a little bit more tension on those stitches, huh? But it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Okay. All right. We are pretty well. We're going to get a little bit more glue here on the heel. We really want to get this area glued down good. Glue all up in there. Okay, I mean, that's the one advantage of this kind of yellow tone glue, is that you can really see where you're at and see what you missed. These flex points here where the shoe bends, this is also an important spot to make sure you have a lot of glue. Do you really have to be, you know, actually, it's funny, the part that you have to worry the least about is this middle section, because it's sitting on that egg crate, so you don't have a whole lot of bonding area. Really, the most important area is along the side, because that's where you're actually have the most contact, right? And we're designing a shoe from the ground up, really like a new outsole equipment. That bonding margin is actually one of the most important areas, because you want to really make sure that this thing stays together when you have your design. Okay, so we've got the glue on here, and some of it's still wet. You know, there's still some strings coming off it. So we're gonna just set this thing right on its top here. If you have a glue gun, great. If you don't have a glue gun, just hang out. Just wait. You know, if you have a glue gun, then we can hit it with the, or sorry, if you have a heat gun, you can just give it a quick pass with a heat gun. We'll do that. Not too much. You don't have to you're not trying to cook the thing. Just want to get the strongest smell of the adhesive off, and see if it bubbles a little bit. Okay, that means you're cooking the solvent off. So this is pretty well done here. Okay, now we're just going to give this a little finger test. You're going to just touch your finger on there. Okay, it should be a little sticky. You shouldn't get too much in the way of strings. Okay, if you're seeing strings, then let me give it another second. But if it's still a little bit tacky, okay. Now, we're doing this by hand. Okay, ideally, you know, if you have a last, you'd be doing all this with the upper on the last, right? We don't have a last, right? I'm showing you how to do it without it. You're gonna want to pinch the upper, okay? And we're gonna land the heel first, right? We're gonna try to land this as far back into the heel as we can, and put one fingertip here to hold up the front, and get that heel seated as best you can, right? And now we're going to work our way forward, and I want to get the toe cap landed right now. And as soon as you touch base, stop and check your heights, right? Okay, now it looks pretty good. So now I'm gonna go right to the toe and start squeezing. And now I'm gonna start working my way back toward the heel. Okay. And just keep working your way around the perimeter, okay? Just keep making circles, because we want to get that glue to stick. You'll see some strings down there. The heel area right here, this is going to be the trickiest part, right? So you want to get your fist in there and really push, okay? And just squeeze it in there. Get that together, right? You want to close the gaps, right? And you just, you know, squeeze it. Let's count to 10. Okay. If you got a hammer, you can actually take your hammer handle and go inside. Okay. And just really get that bottom down. Okay. Work your way around. Keep squeezing. Okay. Now, if you're on the last, and here I'm gonna. Okay, now that I've shown you this technique, I mean, hey, if you're not on the last, keep squeezing, keep squeezing. Now I'm gonna put the last in, and I'll show you. We're gonna put the last in. Okay. We're gonna be very careful. Now I've got this fancy big shoehorn, and I'm going to use this. Okay. So we're in. Okay. Now that we're in on the last, I'm going to take my hammer and I'm going to beat on the bottom to make sure I'm all the way down, right? Right? You could just keep hammering, hammering, hammering. And you can use your hammer. These are smooth-faced ham. This is the smooth-faced shoemaking hammer. So you can basically sort of slide along the edge and just keep hammering. Okay? Now, if you don't have a last, just use your fingertips and just keep working it, right? In any place you see it starting to open, just come back and squeeze it and hammer it and just keep going. Okay, just keep going. Now, like I said, right, if you're on the last, you can take this rubber band here, and in this pattern, you're gonna put it right there at the thickest spot and just let it squeeze. All right. And hey, if you see some openings, you know, don't worry, you know, because we're gonna come back and stitch it. Right. So again, if you're not on the last, just keep working. Just keep squeezing it, right? Just keep, you know, just get your fingers on both sides and keep squeezing it. If you're on the last, get your hammer out and just keep tapping away. We are going to come back and channel stitch this, right? So I'm just keep hammering, hammering, hammering. In the factory, they literally have a big old hydraulic ram that grabs this thing and squeezes it. And then they have a big freezing machine that freezes the glue to set it. But again, if you're just doing it by hand, just keep working your fingers, go around, you know. That's why we leave the top off, right? So you can get in there and squeeze all that stuff, right? Just keep doing that. Okay. Now, you ideally go have a break. Get your favorite soda, beverage. If you smoke cigarettes, go ahead and have one. And you could actually, at this point, you could leave it overnight. You know, you really just you just want to let this sit and let the glue sit. You know, glue takes a little while to cure, right? And whether you're on the last or not, right? I mean, you can, if you're on the last too, you could put some blue tape on it. You know, if you had a big rubber band to wrap around the whole thing, you could do that. You know, or just hammer on it for a few more minutes. But basically, we just want to let the glue do its thing. But now you can see where we're at with this. You know, look at that. You've really made a shoe. Now, we're not quite there yet. I mean, but well, that glue's sitting there. It's a great time to just take this thing and just slip it on there and start to get a feel for what this thing's going to look like. Hey, that's not too bad. Okay, so this is a fantastic time to do a little cleanup on your workbench. You know, the more time you let this sit, the better. Because you really, when it comes time to do that channel stitching, if the glue's too soft, what's going to happen is you're going to push that needle through. And remember, when you're channel stitching, the rubber is actually the softer material. It's the leather that's hard, right? So you're gonna put your fingers back there and you're gonna hold it, and you're gonna the needle's gonna go right through. Excuse me, it's gonna go right through the rubber, and it's gonna catch on the leather. And that, you might watch that bond on the top, it might open, right? Not a big deal. Not a big deal, because you're going to end up sewing any of those areas that open. But if you leave it just like this, right? Let the glue set, whether you have the last in it or not, doesn't matter. Just let it sit for a couple hours, and then come back, and your bond will be a lot stronger when you do the channel stitch. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the magic clap, and then the glue will be set, and we'll come back and we'll finish this shoe. Okay, so we let this sit and let the glue set. Now we're gonna finish this bad boy. So first of all, we're gonna take the last out of it. Again, if you didn't have the last, don't worry about it. I'm gonna actually use the lasting post here to pop that off. Okay, so your shoe's gonna look like this, whether you use the last or not. And just give a check here and see. Yeah, this bond is looking pretty good. Okay. Hey, while we're here, and this is a great time to do this. Take your footbed and just slip it in and get a look and see how well that fits. And if that looks like it's in there good, then we can move on. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay. Okay, you've got the also glued on, and when we're doing these things, bonding without fancy machines, or if you did it without a last, you're gonna have some gaps. Okay, don't stress out. There's a couple things you can do. You can take a little glue on the end of a needle and try to feed it down into the gap and squeeze it together. Usually that stuff just kind of makes a mess. Some people like to use crazy glue. I don't like to use crazy glue because it just makes a mess. But what you can do is just relax, because we are going to channel stitch it all together. So like I said, if there's a little gap, don't stress out. These are custom shoes, handmade. You're going to be able to use your stitching to pull any of those gaps together. So. All right. So now we've done this kind of the next stitch here we've done before, right? Now we're back to using our brown thread, right? We're going to use our double needle. Okay, so we got a little glue here. I'm going to take my my little crepe here. I'm just going to scrub that piece of rubber out of there, piece of glue out of there. Okay. Hey, if you see like a little gap here or there, don't worry about it. You know, we'll do the sewing. And if in the end, after you've sewn, if you see a little gap, some people like to just put a little crazy glue in there to make it stay. But basically, just a little glue will do you there. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're just checking our dimensions here. Okay, you know, it's strange. Our back tab got a little crooked, so I didn't figure out what happened there. Huh. Interesting. Just it's leaning a little bit, you know. All right. Hey, well, that's how it goes. Huh. Okay. Let's go ahead and stitch this up. So remember what this piece fits in behind. Actually, sorry, we're not doing this yet. We're doing our channel stitching now. So let's get on with that. Okay. So for our channel stitching, we're going to use brown because that's the thread that's visible. We're going to give ourselves 3 loops around. Okay? At least 3. Oop, whoop, whoop. It just ran away. Okay. All right, there's 3 loops around. Okay. I gotta go get that thread that ran away. All right. Okay. We're gonna need this punch needle, and when you look at this needle, excuse me, you're gonna see there's a groove on one side, right? And there's just a small hole on the other. Now when we work this, you got to just pay attention to which side the groove is on, and I'm going to show you why in a second. Now, I think before I showed you a special tool. So this is something you're just going to make out of a piece of coat hanger. It's just a little hook, right? That's all it is. It's a little hook, and I'll show you what this little hook is for. You don't have to use it. If you have sort of butterfingers like me, then you're going to want to use a little hook like this, but it's just a little piece of wire. It doesn't have to be particularly stiff. A little piece of coat hanger could work, or just a copper wire, something with a little bit of meat to it, and I'll show you what this is about. Okay, so first things first, we're going to get the thread inside the shoe, because our goal here is we've got two threads, right? We've got the thread that we're using to go around the outside, right? That's gonna go around and duck in, and then the thread that catches it. So the thread on the inside really only needs to be a little bit more than a length around, okay? So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna get this shorter length of thread inside the shoe. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the needle, and I'm going to turn the long groove away from me, right? So I'm going to turn it this way, so it's going to be facing that way. And I'm going to thread the needle in from behind. So the needle, that groove is now on the top, okay? And we're going to pull this through to make sure that we get just a little bit more than around the shoe on this side, okay? And we're just gonna start. I like to start sort of back here. That way I'm sort of good and warmed up by the time I get to the toe cap, because that's where we got to make this look beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna just push in, okay? And now we are going to pull. Make sure that we're pulling the right one. The short length into the shoe, and I'm going to pull this out, and we're just going to pull this short length in, okay? Okay, so basically what we're going to do now is let's just check our length here. Yeah, we got plenty of length outside. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to push the needle in, and now I'm making sure that the groove is facing forward, okay, toward the toe of the shoe. And you don't have to push it in there, but you see now that string is sitting in the groove, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Now I'm going to make about 1 centimeter, right? And I'm going to just push in. Okay, now I'm putting my finger right on the back here, because I don't really want, because remember the leather is what's hard, right, to push, and I want to make sure that I don't break my bond. I mean, it's bound to happen. Now the needle is inside, and I'm going to just start to pull back a little bit. And when you pull back, you see that a little loop forms, right? I don't know if you can see that. A little loop forms. And it's on the side opposite of the groove, right? So that little loop forms. And what we want to do is and we're going to grab our hook here, we want to get our inner string through the loop. So I'm just going to, see what I'm doing here? I'm actually going to see a really good view of this. I'm bringing the string, and it's now sitting there inside the loop. I'm going to grab my hook, and I'm going to pull it through. So now our inner string is captured by the loop, right? And the loop is behind the needle, right? It's this behind the needle, right? And I'm going to pull the needle out, and then you can see now that it's connected. So there's our little loop on the outside, And there's our string caught on the inside, and I'm just going to pull it up, pull it tight, and when you pull it, the little knot stays inside, and the stitch goes flat to the groove, right? So if you look inside, basically you just see the string. You don't see, it's not much to look at, right? The string just goes out and goes in, right? Okay, now next we're gonna keep the groove facing forward, and we're gonna go over again about 1 centimeter. And sometimes, you know, if you just use the width of your finger or just eyeball it, and then just push in, and be careful not to get your, you know, not to get your finger behind that needle, because this needle will go right into it, right? Okay, so now we're in, right? We're gonna start to pull back, and you'll see that the loop forms, right? And you could just feed the string. If you don't have this hook, you can just feed the string through the loop, okay? Just like that. But make sure it's behind. You want to make sure that you're behind the needle, right? You're behind the needle toward the heel of the shoe. Now we're going to pull back again, and we're just going to pull to make sure that the little loop snugs up against the inside, and we're just going to pull both strings until the stitch sinks into the groove. That's it, folks. That's really it. Now we just have to repeat that, and the same thing, you'll get into a rhythm, right? And listen, if you push in and you see the bond start to separate, don't worry about it. You know, don't worry about it. So just push in, pull back, make the loop. If you have your little hook, use your hook. If not, just feed the string in by hand. Pull the needle. Now, if you forget and you pull the needle out before you've hooked it, before you've, I'll just show you what happens here. So I'm gonna push the needle in, right? And I'm gonna pull it out. And you pull it out, and you just, oh, there's just a little loop left sitting there. No big deal. That's the loop you need, right? So you can just push it through. Now, you could actually, you could put a needle on the end of this inner line, or you could even use one of the hooked needles to thread it through. But then you're just gonna pull, okay? That's it. That's it. Now, there is a little bit of a trick you can do, and I'll show you that. I'm not doing it, but I'll show you how you can do this. If you're really concerned about making sure your stitches are exactly perfectly even, you can take a piece of tape and lay it on your table. Take a ruler and just mark every centimeter, right? Centimeter, 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 centimeter. Okay, just mark it every centimeter. And then you can take this piece of tape and just put it on your outsole. And that way you can follow the marks to hit every centimeter. And you just move that tape around, right, if you want to. I'm showing you that technique. I'm not doing it. The other thing you could do is just take a pen and make dots if you want to. Or you can do what I do and just eyeball it. I mean, you could use the width of your finger, right? But generally I just try to eyeball it. And when you're starting to push in, just make sure your finger is kind of behind so you don't get the needle into it. Because remember, you're pushing hard. And you don't want to accidentally get your finger behind that needle. That's not going to be much fun. Okay. Now, the other thing you want to be careful about is leave yourself a little bit of slack on this backside when you go to push in, because if it's too tight, you're not only are you have the power to push the needle through the leather, but you're going to have friction of the thread, right? You're going to have friction of that thread behind, right? So just leave that little loop to make sure you're not trying to pull the thread through the needle and push in at once. So it doesn't matter. You have these two little loops. When you start to pull, it's just going to snug it up. And you just have to be patient. You know, it's been about, what, 10 minutes, and we've set up and done 5 stitches. So it could take you an hour to do this. And this actually, if you're doing this shoe for a class or teaching a class, you know, this would be one of the things where you say, hey folks, you're pretty much there. Let's do one shoe. And then you can take this home and just do it at your leisure. You know, some people like to do this just sitting in a chair. I like to do it here on a workbench, so I have a lot of light and I can just sit there and work through it. You know, this is about the time I would say turn the music on. You know, have a beverage or you know, have the TV on in the background, whatever you want to do. But you know, you got to focus on this, because otherwise you're gonna put the needle through your finger. So be careful there. Again, you don't need to have this hook. Now this hook method, part of the reason I want to show you this hook method is that if you're doing a shoe, now the next step is when you actually last a shoe, and you're gonna you know, the next step for your shoemaking, right, is if you want to make a Jordan or a Vans old school or something like that, this is all going to be assembled, right? So how do you do that channel stitching if you don't have a machine? How do you do it? By hand. The answer is you use this hook, and you can use the hook to pull the loop long, right? I'll show you what that looks like. So pretend we're up here at the vamp, okay, and you're looking down inside the shoe, and you see that loop. And what you're going to do is you're going to grab that loop and you're going to pull it really long, and then you can hook that inner thread onto it, because remember, that loop might be way up here in the toe, right? And then it's the same process all over again. You just pull and snug it up, right? And if you pull too much, you see, oh, whoop, the knot gets outside. Don't worry, just take the inside string and pull it back, right? That's it. There are some other techniques that you can use that show double needling, or there's another process where instead of using a punching needle, you can use a hook, that same kind of hook that you use when you're doing welting. But I found this method works the best, and it's the quickest. You know, unless you have a cobbler nearby that has the machine. But you know, this hand method, you know, works pretty easily if you go slow and you're careful about how you measure your stitch length, right? Whether you just use your fingernail or your eyeball on it, that'll, and this technique where you leave the vamp open like that makes this much easier. I mean, you know, I've done plenty of shoes where the vamp is closed, but you just make sure the shoe is as open as far as you can. Get yourself a hook just so you can see down in there, and that works just fine. So here we're gonna do is I'm just going to go along, and when we get to the end here, I'll show you how to finish it. I like to start on the inside here. That way you're sort of warmed up by the time you get to the toe, because this is the area that's you want to have it be the best looking. And then this also, you know, you're sort of, and if your finishing knot is on the inside, not on the outside. So all right, let's just do this, get comfortable, and let's get through this. Now we're about to get to where the leather doubles up. So again, just be patient and just use nice firm pressure, and make sure you have your finger on the back, but just be careful, because you don't want to break your bond. But then again, once you see, hey, listen, once you're sewn on here, you can see how tight that is, right? You can see how tight it is. It's holding leather. This is stronger than the bond, actually. I mean, this is kind of the, if you do both ways, if you stitch it and glue it, then your shoe's not going to come apart. Now, when you get to the toe, just be a little bit careful. I've sometimes been trying to pull a little too much, and you get a little too much tension. You can start to make some lumps and bumps. Just go easy at it, you know. Don't try to kill it. You know, just nice even tension all the way. and you'll be good. Okay. All right, now I think this next one is where we're going to catch that double edge. Okay, so I'm just going to be careful about my finger there. Just give the needle a little twist because we're going through two layers of leather. Now, that's the other thing that we're going to get to is when you're in your next project, you're going to have a heel counter and a toe counter, and you might have multiple layers of leather going through there. So this exercise is going to be pretty difficult. You're going to have to put a lot of pressure, right, to get that needle through. You might need to get some sandpaper and sharpen your needle, but just be patient with it, and just try to put a good squeeze on it so you don't separate the leather from the rubber. Okay, now I shortened this stitch a little bit because I wanted this stitch to go right over the edge of where these two overlays meet, right? I wanted that stitch to actually be on either side of that pattern line so that I can really hold that in. And I'm just going to make sure that that stitch is nice and tight. Okay, so I'm just looking on the inside, making sure you don't see any loops on the inside. So I needed a little bit extra tension there. So I'm not looking back here and I'm seeing, okay, I just see those little knots are sunk right in on the edge. And you got to make this nice and clean because when you put your footbed in, that edge is right, it's not below the level of the footbed, it's right on the edge. So your foot's not likely to feel that, but do your best to make that nice and smooth. Okay. That if I say so myself, that line's looking pretty smooth. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so I've just looked back and I see a little loop in there. So what I'm doing actually is I'm taking this sort of spade head needle and I'm just grabbing the outside loop and I'm just pulling, and I'm gonna take up some of that tension left from that loop. Okay, so it's not a big deal. If we think we can pull it from here, there we go. Okay, so look, we've caught up and we've fixed that. We fixed that loop. Okay, so we're good now. Okay, yeah, just keep an eye on it to make sure you got good tension there, and we'll just keep going around. And once in a while, you might pull your thread out, or your comes off your needle, or so what happens sometimes actually is you can get this loop outside of the shoe and you're not sure what to do, or even the end of that loop sometimes can get snagged and get pulled out. Just take a deep breath, and if you have to use the needle to run that line back in, you can totally do that. So just keep an eye on it. And on these corners, yeah, just go through and double check to make sure you're maintaining good tension there. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is going here. So it's been about 25 minutes since we started this. I know we sort of hyper looped it, but I just want to give you a feeling for how much time you got to set aside, what your expectation should be for finishing this. Hey, listen, you get tired or you poke your finger, just stop. Just stop. Okay, now we're looking at the double layer of leather. So we're going to be really careful here. And you could actually try to punch that hole without using the thread and needle, but you just go slow and just give it a little twist, because we are trying to get through 2 layers of leather here. And just go slow, and try to keep your finger out of the way. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually put this piece of rubber here behind, and I'm going to push into that. That way, okay, that way I can get through the leather and not damage my finger. Okay, so now we got through. All right, that's not a bad trick actually to do that. If you're worried about punching your finger in here and you want to back it good, just get something. This is a scrap piece of crepe, but if you just have a rubber eraser or something and you want to use that to as a dolly, as it were, right? If you're to back it up so you can push into it and not worry about your finger, then you can totally do that. That's totally acceptable method. I mean, if you're doing any of these stitching operations and you want to use like a sailor's palm or something to make it a little more comfortable for you. So my loop was a little small, so that's why I'm just gonna quickly hook to make that loop a little bigger so that I can get my fingers in there. Okay. All right, let's just check and see. So we've got plenty of thread left to do that. We got plenty of thread left on the outside. Now, if you run out of thread, basically just get your ends back inside and knot them together, and then just back up one hole and start again with a fresh piece of thread. And if you follow that process, no one will know, and you won't see anything. And your extra thread end could be inside the shoe. No one cares, Okay. Again, you don't have to use the hook. This thread is stiff enough that it holds its shape, so you can just push it through. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. The hook is pretty important when you're doing a shoe with a solid vamp, but in this case, because we've left the vamp open, you don't have to. Sometimes it can just be a little faster, right? Okay. Okay, so now here, you're like, wait a minute, what happened here? I got the loop on the wrong side. So basically, I just got to, my needle is behind, not ahead. So I'm gonna back off, right? No problem. And that's it. I had to undo that stitch, and that, sometimes you sort of make that mistake. You're like, okay, I put there's a loop here for the string to go through. and then you pull it out and you realize that you were on the wrong side of the needle, which it's okay. You know, you see how easy it was to fix that. I just backed it out, pulled the needle through, and unthreaded it. So I just had to sort of back up half a stitch. So, you know, when you're first doing this, your first time, once in a while, you'll be like, wait a minute, how did I get into this circumstance? You know, my needle's out and the string is hooked through it. And then what? So basically just take a deep breath, you know, back up. Hey, if you have to unthread the needle and pull the string through, that's totally okay. Just don't stress about it. You know, if you have to back up a stitch and unpick it, that's totally okay, right? Don't worry about it. Again, some folks like to use the double needle technique. Now, I can see right here around the heel, the glue is starting to separate a little bit, and that's why we're sewing it, right? So if you see, oh man, the bond is starting to open, don't sweat it. I mean, this is why we're sewing it, right? Even in a production shoe, you know, they still do channel stitching, and that's kind of a, you know, belt and suspenders way to make sure that the shoe stays together. Don't stress out. Don't worry about it. Just keep sewing. When you get around to those areas where the bond is open, I mean, you could put crazy glue or something on it, but don't worry. The stitching that you're making here is going to draw it together. You know, be careful not to pull too hard, because you can tear the rubber. But if you just snug it normally, those open gaps, they'll just close. And you there's glue in there, so if you were to, you could hit it with a heat gun to get the glue to reactivate. You know, you could. Now again, this shoe is just like 2mm leather. If you're getting into an Air Jordan or something, you could have 2 layers of leather, a heel counter, the lining, some backing fabric. So you could have easily 4 or 5 layers to get that needle through, right? Just be careful and just use nice even pressure. You know, I'm gonna, because this bond is already picked loose, I'm gonna put this backer behind it here and hold it. Use that to hold it so I don't break the bond any worse, and I can really just drive into it and not worry about my finger. So, you know, if you don't happen to have a piece of crepe rubber, don't sweat it. There's lots of other things you could find to be your little backing piece here. Because yeah, really, this one, the bond is really starting to let go. So let's just be careful and not make it any worse. And we'll just get in there. Okay. All right. Just hold that. And you know, and this is part of the, you know, why I like to start around the other side, and that way you've got a rhythm going. And when you get to this more complicated part, you know, particularly if the shoe is a little taller and you've got more layers, you know, stop, have a sip. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're almost done. Okay, it's been about 40 minutes. So yeah, that's how long it takes, you know. And yeah, the guy on the machine, you know, I've seen a guy do one of these in just a few seconds when he's using the $10,000 stitching machine, and he's done You know, when you go stand behind the guy and you watch him operate that machine, or gal, you know, you realize that that person has been using that machine for weeks or months or maybe even years. And they're going to be pretty good at it. And it's almost faster than your eye can watch. It's like the folks that run the Strobel machine. Same situation. You'll be astonished by how fast they do it. And that gets back to, you know, how you know, when you're to this point of your shoe, you're doing every operation yourself, which is pretty cool. In those big industrial factories, the workers, they are craftspeople, and they care about what they're doing, but they are actually only focused on one operation. They don't do the cutting, the stitching, the lasting. They have their one job that they do, and they're really good at it. But not like you, where if you've gone this far, you've done all the operations. You've actually done the cutting, the stitching, the lasting. You've done all that yourself. So that's pretty cool. You should be pretty proud of yourself for figuring this out and sticking with it, right? And I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having fun because you still got another shoe to do. You know, okay, so that's another question that folks ask me. Should I completely finish? Oh, what happened there? Okay, well, look at me. I'm not paying attention, and I missed my loop. So, you know, people ask me, should I make one whole shoe and then go back and do the other one? You know, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure I have the right answer for that. I think you learn so much doing the one that when you come back to work on the other side, no doubt the second one you do is going to be better. You know, and that's why when I start to show you these operations, you know, I say, hey, take some time and practice on the offcut. You know, it really wasn't a waste of time to do this operation, right? Because, okay, let me see here. Okay, I want to make sure I have my string this time. I do. Okay, good. You know, it's worthwhile to practice it, and this whole, you know, because if you're building this kit, it's because you're getting started, right? And if things are a little off center, or you have a loose stitch or two here, I mean, part of me, you know, there's a thing is, you know, just get it done and be proud of your accomplishment. The other part is like, hey, you know what? Stop, back up, and try to fix it the best you can right there. In the few minutes you take to do that, you know, you're going to be teaching yourself a valuable lesson about craftsmanship and making sure that you get it done the way you would like to see it get done, and be proud of it, because you're gonna want to show these to people when you're done with them. And so if you just take a few more minutes, and yeah, we're learning here. Okay, so that last gap, that's okay. That's pretty good. We want to have nice even spacing. Okay, so yeah, so you want to be proud of your effort. So just take a little time. Don't rush through it. You know, you're doing this for you. So treat yourself right. Slow down, and you'll get more out of it, and you'll have more proud of your accomplishments. Okay, so here we are. We're down to the last line here. So basically, you're not going to, you know, you're not really much different about how you're going to do this. Some people overlap. You can overlap if you want to, but in this case, you can drive in, and then let's make sure we have our string pull the needle out, and then just keep pulling. And pull all that string back in. So now there's nothing hanging out, right? You're just on the inside there. And if you look inside, you'll see that there's one stitch separating the two halves. Now this is part of the reason why you want to start on the inside, so that if you have a little knot here, that it's stashed away, that it's not in a spot that could bother you. And I'm just gonna knot these. Now, if you open up a pair of Nikes, you know that when they've done this channel stitch by machine, you'll often see the tails, right? The extra offcut, you know, an inch or two. They will just cut it off an inch or two short and tape it to the bottom of the footbed. Well, we're not really going to do that. We're actually going to cut it off as close as we can here and make sure that it's smooth. Well, look at that. Okay. That's pretty nice channel stitch. We did that in 45 minutes. And yeah, we had to back up a few stitches. Okay. But so now you'll see any of those areas that started to open, they're all closed now, right? And this area is glued. And even if you start pulling on it, you're only going to go to the stitching, right? So that, yeah, you know, look at that. You know, we're starting to have a shoe here. Okay, so you've done that. Take a break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to finish this. All right. Well, we just finished the channel stitching. And I'm pretty happy with that result. That looks pretty good. And next, actually, we're going to finish this shoe. Now, we have a little disappearing ink here. And we don't need that anymore, so we're going to go ahead and disappear it off the tongue. And we'll go ahead and disappear it off the rest of the shoe here. Okay. So those, keep your fingers out of there. So that's the disappearing ink. It's pretty handy to have. I mean, you don't have to, you know, have it, but it's pretty handy. Okay, so now we are going to do our vamp, and this may be, you know what I'm going to do is this may be enough thread. I know I've been bad about wasting thread here. Oh, this looks okay. This is actually the thread. You know, I'm going to give myself a lot of extra thread here because I don't really want to run out. Now there are a couple of small things here that we can do with these scrap pieces of thread, but I'm going to go ahead and get myself a nice long piece here. And for this part of the operation, I'm going to dig into, not that one, we want to use some smaller needles here. In this kit we have these hooked needles, and we're just, I don't know, I can't remember if I use these on the other side or not, but actually maybe we'll use one. Well, let's just get started and we'll see what happens here. Okay. Sometimes it's convenient to have one hooked and one straight, just so you can see what you're doing, right? I don't know if it matters. I'm not sure if it matters, but I think that the big needle is going to be a little harder to operate this. Remember, we're doing our double needle technique, so we're basically going to get this needle inside. I'm so glad we counted those threads to make sure here. So we're going to get this one. Okay, now we're connecting the tongue to the toe tip. Now, you got to remember the stitch that we're connecting to on the shoe side, right, on the toe tip, already has a stitch through it, because we're connecting out of the very top of that stitch line that connected the toe tip to the quarter, right? So what you're going to want to do is actually take the needle through the first hole in the vamp, and then you're going to get into that very first hole at the top of that stitch line and come out in the middle between those two pieces and then back in. Okay, I don't know if it's clear, but when you have the shoe in front of you, you'll see what I'm talking about. But remember, you think that that first stitch on the shoe side is not empty, right? That hole is there, but it already has a stitch in it. You're just gonna put the needle right through and use that stitch hole again. No worries. Inside, we're gonna pull half of our thread. Okay, make sure that we're even here. Pull half our thread inside. Okay. And then our first maneuver is to go to the second hole. In. Okay. That curved needle works okay in this one. We'll see how we like it going forward. Okay, now that we're in, you can see that we're going to take that inside needle and we're going to get into that hole that we just came out of. Okay. And we're going to go back into that hole. Okay. And this is the end of the line here. This is where it connects. Okay, make sure that we pull that extra cord through. Okay. There we go. Now, we could, what's the best way to do this? You know what, we could back up that line, but you know what, we're gonna cross stitch this to anchor that, so we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. I don't think we need to back up or do anything fancy there. We're just gonna go. So now we're gonna go through the second hole, or sorry, the next hole, and we're through. Okay. And this is where you got to do a little bit of string management, remember, because you're gonna be alternating. So we're gonna go back out through the same hole, right? Now we're going into the next hole. Okay. Now we're going through the existing thread hole. You'll find a convenient way for you to do this. Now this is a little bit of, give everything a little tug here to make sure that we got enough tension. And then we're gonna go right back out. Through the stitch that we just made. Okay. All right. Keep those things settled. Okay. All right. First couple of stitches look good. Now we're just gonna keep going. So this one gets into when you're on the outside, you're going back into the next empty stitch. And then now we're working from the inside. And we're going out through the stitch we just made. Okay. And now we're on the outside, so we're going into a new opening. Okay. Now we're going in. We're going out, I mean. Just keep those. This is where you got to do a little management here. And just stop and check your tension. Okay. And now I thought we just checked that. So there we go. All right. We're going into the next hole. Okay. Keep that tight. Now remember, just make sure you can see this. We're going out through the hole we just made. Okay. We're just going to follow that stitch. Try to follow that stitch. There we go. Okay. check our tension, and now we're going right back in. Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna check our tension. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh yeah, I love the Hyperloop because this part is tough to watch. But listen, you'll see that I change needles, and I'm experimenting. I'm using a straight needle or a hook needle. It all depends on how much space you have. If you have big hands and you're working on a small size shoe, then it can start to get a little tight. So I was experimenting with the straight needle and the hook needle. Listen, you're gonna have to fold that vamp back, right, to find that stitch hole to get back in. Don't worry about it. You just, as you go, keep pulling it tight, and as long as you keep tension on your stitches, you'll be fine. Again, you'll find the needle that works for you. Um, Again, I was switching back and forth between the hooked and the straight. Some of these holes might get a little tight, and you want to use a pair of pliers or something to push the needle to get it through. Just go ahead and do that. Just work your way, but just be careful on the tension because again, this is the most important line of the shoe. Because if it gets too tight or too loose, you'll start to see some wrinkles. In the end, hey, listen, if you have to just work that seam a little bit with your hands to get it to lay a little flatter, that's okay. It's totally natural. Just keep at it. That is awesome. Okay, now, we're at the end of the line here, and there's a couple ways to do this. We've got all this sort of back space here. So what you can do is just pull this back and get into the last hole again, okay? And then you can take your other needle here and you can get into that space from the other stitch there, snug everything up, and basically you can tie yourself a little knot, and it'll be just, when the shoe is pulled, it'll be just underneath there, right there, just in the little corner there, just be hidden. You could do it inside if you wanted to, but this little, just doing it right inside this little corner here, if you pull it tight and you let the knot go to the inside further back, then you won't even see it at all. It's just tucked away inside there, and just you and me will know that it's in there, right? You just got that. Okay, that's a nice strong way to end the line. Okay, so now we're just gonna cut these down as close as we can. Okay, so looking at the line we did, there's a little, I thought there was a little peak in the middle there, and because what you can do is, now that you got that line in, if you see there's an area that looks a little tighter or a little looser, you can just take the needle in there and give a little pull to even things out if you need to. Okay, so now we're on to the last operation for this shoe, which is we're going to do this little cross stitch pattern here on this shoe. And I have a little scrap of thread here. And you could do this with 2 needles if you wanted to get fancy with it. Or we can just do it with 1. So we're just going to put 1 here. We're going to just put a little knot in the end of this. And it's okay. So what we're going to do with this little knot here is we're just going to hide it, because it's going to go in. We're going to start in the in-between layer. So we're just going to go in, leave that knot. Now I'm going to come out. So I'm going to start my cross basically at the hole that's closest to the vamp here, a little higher up. So I'm going to come through that hole. Okay, and I'm going to go through the corresponding hole, right? Okay, so I've got that through. And this one, you got to be, you got to pull it a little bit tight to make sure, because these spaces are going to, we're trying to pull this into alignment a little bit. So you're going to head and pull that tight, and you should be able to drive right through that second hole into the, crossways, right, into the next. So it's okay to actually just sneak a peek in there and line it up and go. So we're through. Okay, and just start snugging it up. And then we're going to come, and this is going to be a little tricky to find, because you're going to have to sort of feel it. But you kind of have to feel for where that needle's going to come. But you've got the hole made, so there you go. You got that coming out, and then you can get through the flap and just keep pulling it a little bit tight. And this, again, if you move the pieces into place and you keep pulling, this thread is waxed and it'll slide enough. Now we're really getting into that last hole, and you might have to dig around a little bit for it if you can't see it. There it goes. Okay. All right. And just gently snug it up. Gently snug it up. And I just did 1 pass through this. You could, if you wanted to, you could do some more. And then the next thing to do is to come back through any of the holes you can come back into. Okay, so you're in the middle again. You're in the middle. Snug it up and just get in between. And just sew yourself a little knot and just snug that in there, and just keep pulling, nice and gentle. There you go. And I'm going to just do one more in there, one more loop. And again, it's just, you're tying a little knot, but it's behind the flap. No one's going to know. And I'll just clip that off. So all that is just hidden right there. And just put your hand inside to make sure that that you didn't make a bump or anything inside. Okay. All right, so we got a nice little X there, and that'll kind of keep that eye stay in place. We have enough thread to do the last one. We sure do. Okay, let's go ahead. This one, you can do a double needle technique on this one if you wanted to. I don't know if it's easier or not, but we're messing around, so let's just do that. So we're gonna go in. Actually, should you start on the outside? I'm not sure. We're gonna find out. Okay, we'll go in, and we're going on this side. Okay. So now we've made one of our X's already. That fast. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself some more thread here. Now we're gonna come out, get through that other hole. We'll find it. Not that one. There we go. Come out there. And that one's gonna go in there. And we're gonna take our other needle. Oop, oop, oop. We have enough thread there? Oh yeah, just barely. We'll take our other needle. We'll come out there. Okay. Yeah, it's all a little bit loose. That's okay. Don't worry about it, because we're just gonna snug it up. Okay. Now we got both of our lines through. Well, you notice we don't have an X yet, right? Now we're gonna make that last X because we're gonna take this one in all the way. And then this one in. Oops. Did I really have that huge needle on there? I don't know if I did or not. Okay. We're going to put that one through. Now we got both our strings inside. And, you know, there's a couple ways you could do this. You could bring them back and get them in the middle layer. Or we've got nice long tails here, so I'm just gonna tie a knot and just let that thing go all the way in. All right, we'll do another. And just let that go all the way in. And we'll just double check to make sure that, oh yeah, that's okay. And we'll just cut these off as short as we can. All right. Well, folks, I think we got to find some shoelaces now, because we have got a shoe, right? Look at that. Let's get them shoelaces. I put them aside here somewhere. All right. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, sorry. Forget that bottom one. We want to do this way. Okay. Let's get these looking good. You know what we're going to do before we get these all in there? Get them even. Almost. Okay, all right. And we're just going to go over and under. Now, before we go too far with this, let's get the footbed in there. Did we remember to cut the lace guide? We sure did. Definitely forgot to cut that before, and you're like, wait a minute, what's happening? Well, hey, you did it. You made a pair of shoes, right? Hey, thanks a lot. I really appreciate you watching the videos. Hey, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to call me up, send me an email. We want to help you get through this build. Um, uh, hey, you did it. We'd like to be there when you make your next shoe and just help you progress on your journey. So, yeah, thanks. Good job.